Oh, Elon. No, you know what? You know what Elon Musk would be? Elon Musk would be a protogen. Or what is that species called? Is that the right name? Protogen. Is that the... Yes, protogen. Elon Musk would be a protogen. And he would... You know what? He would have the goal... He would have the goal to be like, this is an original species. Elon would most certainly... 100%... You can clip me on this one, so I have to stand by this. If Elon Musk got a persona, it would be a protogen, and he would make it seem like as if he invented that species. That's what Elon Musk would do. He wouldn't be a snake. He'd be a pro. Do I have it as a command? Hold on. All right. Fabupona. Hi. This bear that you drew for the pecan bear is absolutely adorable, and I love it. My particular fave is the style of the coat you've chosen and the two-color tone. Like, beautiful, it's wholesome, and I love it. Don't say it. Don't say it, Grant. You know what Bone wrote. You don't need to say it out loud. You don't need to say it. It's up, dog. What's up with you?
I, GrantZeebs, love being put in a cute maid outfit and love...
Ooh! Oh my god, look at the size of her tits.
Yeah, why did we not realize that was the first thing you were gonna stare at, not the size of the big fucking sword?
Everyone has a big sword.
I really like the sword.
You shove through your chest.
Shove it
Like,
up your ass.
Look at the...
Hello!
Grant, stop looking at the kitty!
But it's so good!
I mean, yes, but I don't focus on the titties as someone who wants to fucking murder the shit out of me.
This is the most himbo you're going to find me.
That stole your shirt. I'm sorry, I just wanted to oogle zebra titties.
Oogle. Oogle before the zebra titties. Meow. Hang on a second, let me move my keyboard out of the way so I can do like... So I can drag it across the desktop. Watch this nonsense. Spin! Spinning. Fucking try me there. Damn it, there's a Keck W in my way. Move, Mega. Sashara just being like, hey, 14. 14. 14. Have you heard of the critically acclaimed final... Wait, hang on a second. I got the text. Hang on a second. Let me get the text. Sashara's just like... tapping away and it's like, did you know the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial and includes an entirety of a Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward up to level 60 with no restrictions on playtime? Sign up and enjoy Eorzea today. Some thingy-majiggy, and then I need my AC capture. Properties, AC capture, yep, is not grabbing onto the Twitch thingy-majiggy. No, I'm gonna say, Phantom, you broke it. I was doing A-okay.
You'll have to forgive
and
me
then
if...
something broke just as you came in. Oh, thank you for the follow there, Riven. Really appreciate it.
Alright, hopefully
then.
there isn't actually
Back in, here we
advertisement
go.
running for
It'll take
people
a minute
at this
for the
point.
what's-a-mahoozy to...
It would be kind of bad if that was the case. Let's see, is there a... No, there isn't on this one, there is on this one.
Can't do anything
I'm just
and this is
doing the whole, like, promo thingy-majiggy because it's Monday. I'm gonna be real, it was tempting to do a...
modifying it Monday
"Oh,
morning. You're talking over
utilize
your
it
own
for the
clips
next-
there,
after
boyo.
the
Fair enough. I have the clips there just in case of like. Also, I don't have my head pointing the right way. Boop. There we go. So yeah, I have that running there because like to try and give people of like, oh, in the 5, like at one point it would be nice just to have like, you know, a slideshow of safe for work arts of my zebra over the years and what have you. So, but I don't have too many. I'd have to like collate the ones I do have. Most likely, I'd probably have to do them as shortcuts from the folder that they exist in, and then bring up. Hi there, Popcat. That's a very old horse joke, but I'm gonna be real with you. The reason for the long face is my ass hurts. All right, so I went to a physiotherapist back on Friday. I don't know if I told you guys this, that I went to a guys, gals, non-binary pals. I told chat this. I don't know if I told chat that I went to a physiotherapist. And the reason why I went to the physiotherapist is because for a lot of days now, I would wake up, or I'd be trying to go to sleep, and in the middle of the night or in the morning, I would have a sore back. Like, my lower back would just be like, ah, as I'm trying to, like, you know, roll to one side or, you know, get up out of bed. This was a problem, but it wasn't like all day. Like I couldn't like, you know, reason that, oh, this is a bad back, I'm gonna need to, you know, go to a GM or GP or something like that as like an actual appointment because it's been hurting me all day kind of thing. It's one of those things of like, it doesn't hurt me once I get up, once I'm walking around. So like the fact that I have to like get up, get a shower, get changed, get to the train station, catch a train to work, get from the train station to work. Once all that happened, I was about like 99% fine. Like, there wasn't that big of... I'm looking over on this way because this is where the chat is, but also that's where my monitor is and what have you, where I'm seeing chat. So then that way it looks like I'm actually talking to you over here. Hi there, furry cures. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, so... Wait, you took a horse joke and made it about a donkey? What a mule. Terrible, Benru. That one was terrible. But yeah, so I went to a physiotherapist on Friday, and they were like, hey, what seems to be the thing? And did you get, like, recommended by a GP or anything like that? And I'm like, no, it's my back, it's my lower back, it's sore. I find that it's problematic when I'm waking up or when I'm trying to turn left or right on my bed. And they're like, is it there all day? And I'm like, no, it goes away after this thing. And they're like, okay, all right. So they're getting me to, like, you know, tell them about some of the stuff. I don't do any physical activity, really. I don't, like, at most, I am walking to and from work. That's it. I am not doing, like, extra exercises. I don't have a gym membership or anything like that. This is my hobby. This is what I do after work, is I'm on the computer right now streaming to you, like when I was on Saturday when I was just at my desk all day. So, they had me, you know, take off my shirt. They had me, like, just stand up with no shoes on to see, like, if there was any sort of, like, you know, like, thingy-madiggy of, like, you know, leaning one side on the other, like, exaggeratedly. It was a little bit, like, I did have this thing of, like, just sort of tilting a bit to the right, because, like, they're, like, on my back, because on my back, the back fat, there's a little fold on the right side, but there isn't on the left side, which means, you know, I'm leaning into my right side, so... The woman, the physiotherapist was nice, but, like, there was some points where I'm like, can you just tell me I'm fat? Can you, like, just, you know, admit that I am well above the weight that I should be, and that there should be, like, maybe talking to a dietitian or, like, some of this kind of nonsense, like, but it didn't go there. They had me lie on a table or something like that, first, like, on my back, and then on my stomach. And there was, like, they knew I was, like, I wasn't making it up. They knew there was pain in the muscle, and what they think it is that it's a case of, like, you know, I'm just not using it a lot. So, couple that with the fact that I don't know what my weight is. I probably have gained, like, 20 or 30 kilos, like, since I haven't had my scales telling me what I am. It's very likely that ever since, like, I got back from holidays... And even at, like, Furdu, when I didn't have a proper bed, like, so far, most of this year, I've just been having a poor lower back, and it's just been some nights it's worse than others. And it's one of those things of, like, I need to, like, do lifestyle changes and what have you. They've given me a series of stretches to do, and they recommend doing these like in the morning and the evening. The app they give me only tells me to do it like once a day, and it's things such as the single leg knee hug in supine, a pelvic tilt into bridge, the 4-point kneeling scapula protrusion in side to side, a lumbar rolling with trunk extension, and a rolling forward, backward, sideways on all fours. That one I feel like is a bit of a weirdly one. Kilos. Aussies calculate weight in drugs. No, they calculate it based off SI units. Okay, kilograms. We are a kilogram metric society, Popcat. So if you want, like, hang on a sec. What was that episode of like The Simpsons where Homer? While I'm at the office? Yes. Cookie for Bookie! Here's your cookie, Bookie. Here's your cookie. Give me a second. Simpsons. Homer's weight. Now, okay, so apparently... okay, so they've given us a range. King size... Okay, so apparently there's some... So there was an episode of The Simpsons... called, so what was it? I don't think it was king size. What was the one where I think because Homer was losing weight and Marge was painting. What was that episode? You work in fabrication and have to switch between metric and imperial regularly. That I feel like is that is a terrible work condition where you're like, oh, you have to swap between the two. All right, hang on. So what's the plot? Okay. So in the episode of Brush with Greatness, Homer stands on some scales, and the idea with the cartoon is that he's supposed to get to an exaggerant weight. Which one of yous would like to guess the weight of Homer Simpson that they had, settled in this episode as like, and this was supposed to be seen as like a comically heavy weight? 300 pounds, 300 pounds. I'm seeing a lot of 300 pounds right at the get-go. Am I like gonna 600 pounds? All right, so Venera's onto something. Cookie for Jason. Here's your cookie, Jason. All right. I'm going to tell you right at the get-go, all of you are wrong. You're all wrong. The comically heavy weight that they set Homer Simpson at in that episode was 260 pounds. They thought you were comically overweight at being 120 kilograms. Now, Homer Simpson is 6 foot as well. $260, he wishes. Nah, that's his weight. So apparently, according to Wikipedia, they assess that Homer's weight must be between 239 to 260 kilos. So he's going between 108 and 120 kilos. I am heavier than Homer Simpson right now. I am in that dire of a strait. Let's see, what am I in kg? Yeah, I'm like, I'm heavier than Homer Simpson easily. So, I don't know where I am right now. If I need to do an accurate reading, I'm going to need a new pair of scales, which is available on my throne. So, all of this was a ruse to get you guys to look at my throne. Sashera, look at my gut. You're joking. Nah, I'm not joking. If you want to know, Sashera, you want to know where my source is? This is like one of those early seasons, like in the first 10 seasons that gets played over and over again in Australia. Brush with Greatness. That is my source for where Homer Simpson was given where we get Marge Simpson learning to paint and doing all this kind of stuff. and then Homer is trying to lose weight because of something happening, and then Mr. Burns commissions Marge Simpson to do a painting of him. You're not fat, it's muscles relaxing. Shut the fuck. Shut up, Sir Dragon. This is not that time. So yeah. Just joking, we're config. Oh wait, no, I already read that thing in Madiggy. Metro, the South of US refuses to. But yeah, so I went to a physiotherapist. I got a series of stretches and exercises to do. I do want to try and do a little more in the way... I want to do healthier habits and such like that. And I feel like one of the things I'm going to need to do is actually probably put in, like a good 2-week stint of trying to convert it from motivation to discipline. Because in my second day of doing stretches, I'm doing the one where it's like the bridge thing where you're on your back and you like your knees are bent and you have to lift up your back. I don't know what I did, but both my glutes, so just both sides of my ass, pain. And it was annoying, like going into bed, sleeping on my side, sleeping on my back. And I know exactly why. It's because I haven't exercised that much and I need to fix that. So is Barney or Homer heavier? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I reckon Homer is. Barney needs to stay fit to keep Black Mesa safe? I'm sorry. Where is that lore coming from, Popcat? That is thrown left field. I'm gonna get Final Fantasy XIV up and running, and you explain to me how in the world is Barney from The Simpsons involved in the whatsamahoozies in Black Mesa from the Half-Life / Portal series. Ding dong dong habang. Hi there, Velt. Could be Barney from Half-Life. So is there a Barney from Half-Life? Barney, Half-Life. Oh my god, there is a Barney from Half-Life. His name is Barney Calhoun. Alright, so what's the name of Barney from The Simpsons? Barney Gumble. Aha. Hang on a second. Let's see. So they don't have much in the way of like stats on Barney. Like they just have like this thing where he's like on again, off again, and like drunk and sober, which is a shame. Like because they make alcoholism the joke with his character, and it's like. And then, like, the 1 or 2 times they do, like, some proper... Wait, what? May 7th. In order to implement 658 hot... Oh, okay, that's tomorrow. That's not my problem. That's future Grant's problem. I don't have to worry about hardware maintenance. I don't need to worry about world, going down and such like that. Alrighty. So, Barney says yes. Obviously, Barney from The Simpsons. Barney Gumble. About the beer I owe ya. Did he die or something? Who? Barney? No. Or are you talking about me? I don't know. PlayStation took heavy damage from the PC community today regarding Helldivers. Ah, yes. Hi there, Koro Nekos. Welcome to the stream. And yes, that is actually a relatively recent thing. Not only is that a relatively recent thing in terms of, like, this happened, like, literally over the weekend, but it was one of those things where... Sorry, I'm just entering into the, pause this. So yeah, not only is that recently done over the weekend. So what Nekos, what Kuro Nekos is talking about is back on like Friday-ish, there was news that the PlayStation Network was going to be a requirement to be linked to your account in order to play Helldivers 2 on the PC and the PlayStation Store. Now, Helldivers 2 is available on Steam. PlayStation Network isn't available in like 50 to 60 of the countries that Steam is available in. It's one of those, and it's not like, you know, far-flung countries that like have no, like Azerbaijan or something crazy like that. It's like, no, these are countries in the European, 121 countries. Thank you for correcting me, Koro. These are countries that are also in the European Union. These aren't just like, you know, somewhere else. These are actually important locations. And the PlayStation Network isn't available there, which means that essentially Helldivers 2, when a patch was going to be coming out May 6th, like basically tomorrow for the Americans, essentially Helldivers 2 wouldn't be available to play for them. And so the Helldivers 2 community just review bombed the shit out of Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 was, you know, for about 2 or 3 days, Helldivers 2 went from overwhelmingly positive, where you need to be in the 98s and such, and it dipped so fast, like tens of thousands of negative reviews, that it went down to mixed overall. So, like, essentially you went from like a 99 percentile kind of quality game to 50% quality game across all time. That is like it happened so quickly. 4 hours ago, or, you know, in the afternoon, for me in the afternoon, PlayStation released a tweet saying, hey, we heard your feedback, and the patch that would have gone out on May 6th to do this change with the PSN Network, that would have asked you to be as a requirement for, you know, new players going forward and existing players once May 30th crossed over, that is no longer being released on this day. We're rolling back that requirement, which is great. However, we have not yet had that game available in the 121 countries again. So it's still early days whether or not the, like, Helldivers 2 is actually out of the clear in terms of, you know, that problem. Oh, cool, this thing is going to be done in like 9 or 10 minutes, so we can just stick around in here. This isn't a proper Final Fantasy XIV stream, so I'm totally fine with, you know, not going through the thingy-majiggy as quickly. Did I buy Clash on it? Yes. Here's, like, I'm very much pleased that... Hi there, Masonic. I'm very much pleased that the, like, a video game that is, like, popular on, like, across multiple platforms is not gonna have this silly restriction. It's a bit of a silly one to have quite frankly, and Scribbly Noodle has a much, you know, more defined take on it because he has a background in digital marketing and such. I'm just an IT guy, so this is armchair for me. But he went on about how, you know, one of the more realistic reasons for why they wanted the PSN account linked to Helldivers 2 was so then that way they had more, like, points of entry for PlayStation Network to know what your digital habits were for, what's-a-mahoozy, for like, analytics and marketing reasons. And it's like, look, I'm gonna be real with you. I think marketers they're either some of the cleverest people, like, creativity-wise, or they are they are just the weakest peeps. I don't know what it, like, maybe this is a bias, because in Australia, marketing in Australia is shit. Like, marketing in Australia is absolutely terrible. It's not inventive. You know the stuff that, you know, Australians are really proud of that they made? It's when they talk about, you know, Carlton Draft's big ad that went off in the early 2000s when Lord of the Rings was a huge deal then, and they probably went for that big ad more for the sake of, like, oh, it's kind of in line with Lord of the Rings in New Zealand, rather than the fact of, like, you know, the American style of advertising, which is go big or go home. Ladbrokes has done an advertisement with fucking Mark Wahlberg, and they're like, let's Ladbrokes this, and it's like, it's just noise. It's just loud, obnoxious noise, which the internet has learned a long time ago of loud doesn't equal funny. So, and most of the, like, there's no good advertisement being done in Australia's modern age. most of the good advertisement is being done either internationally or by, like, you know, platforms that don't really have like a lot of reach as a marketing platform, like on TikTok. It's just, ugh. Hi there, Afronasia. How's it going? I'm weak. I went to school for visual marketing. Look, Afronasia, if you can stay creative, if you can, because here's the thing. Maybe I need to talk to Scribbly Noodle about this. I really want to pick his brain about how marketers work in Australia, but I really feel like marketing in Australia is so afraid to be creative and to take criticism that they are very much reliant on the numbers. They are very much reliant on the data being like, oh, we can see that this demographic with this purchasing habit has these kinds of prompts and they're interested in this. It's like, you know, I could not care, because you know who made Star Wars? A fucking nerd that most people didn't care about. We went to The Empire Strikes Back because as no one really gave a shit, and then we made it a huge summer blockbuster. Jaws was the same sort of thing. Schindler's List, let's be real, wouldn't exist if Steven Spielberg was like, but what did the numbers say about the summer blockbuster? It's like, creativity doesn't look for the masses' permission. So, 6 minutes. Okay, cool. But yeah, so very much like that, you know, Helldivers 2 is having that move reversed. Good for them. They shouldn't have done it in the first place, because, like, this comes to the other side of the problem for me, which is, and after going through Star Wars Battlefront, I have this kind of just oofies feeling, which is that I don't know if Helldivers 2 is going to, like, maybe it's one of those things where, like, PlayStation Network, like, or PlayStation looks at the numbers and they're like, oh yeah, there's huge, like, overall backlash, but we can still push the PSN network being a requirement, and we can just use this as evidence of, you know, putting the PlayStation Network in 120 other countries or some shit like that. Who knows? Maybe people are lying and they were still playing Helldivers 2 while all this was going off instead of it being a legitimate protest. So, but anytime the internet gets a win like these, like, for example, the Sonic redesign or what have you, I feel like that their ego gets inflated. And it's really fucking hard to, you know, settle that down. Like, granted, my ego, like, if I ever got a win like that, I would never give up on it, and I'd feel like I could do it once more. Or maybe I'm just weak ass, who knows. But, I imagine it's gonna be a thing. I imagine the internet is gonna think that they're gonna somehow be able to demand things from their publishers and the creators, but I feel like this is a small thing. This is inconsequential to the industry as a whole. After the Tarkov stuff, it's nice to have a win. I hope the Stop Killing Games also goes through too. What is the Stop Killing Games? That's the first time I'm hearing this. Stop Killing Games. Site is dedicated to real-world action on ending the practices of publishers destroying video games they sell. Oh, is this in relation to... Someone was, like... Hang on. Frequently asked questions. An increasing number are relying on servers that publishers control in order for the game to function. That access is a lifeline to the games. This video games. How's the campaign going? As far as to allow customers to pay in their and even one country implementing these fixes becomes a trivial issue to them. So if destroying a game you paid for becoming illegal in France, companies that patch the game would likely apply the same. Give me a real. Are you asking to support? Isn't that unrealistic? We're not asking them at all. We are in favor of publishers ending support for a game whether they choose to. What we're asking for is they implement an end-of-life plan to modify or patch the game so it can run on customer systems with no further support from... Additionally, there are already real-world examples of publishers ending support for online-only games in a reasonable way, such as Gran Turismo Sport, Knockout City, Mega Man X Dive, Scrolls/Color's Bane, Duelist, published by etc. Don't do etc. Holy shit, do not do etc. in like in an FAQ like this. Legal gray area. Yep, it is illegal. What about, isn't it impossible? Not at all. However, limitations have been shut down and being server emulated. Yeah. You really accept all, I don't know, to recommend. Not necessary.
Not at all. Won't this harm? It is very unlikely. Won't this bankrupt video game? Extremely unlikely. Yeah, because... Yeah, okay. I see what it's doing. I see what it's doing. In relation to the crew. Rightio. Okay, so it's the crew. I knew it was one video game that came into being where it was like, oh, this sounds absolutely fucking ridiculous in terms of, you know, just a game that you've paid for and such. Is barely ever played nowadays. But the point of the Stop Killing Games, Kuronekos, is the fact that, the intention is that it's supposed to stop games like The Crew where, argumentatively, it's a racing game. It should be able to exist in an offline mode, but in the last 10 years, or maybe even less than that, maybe even the last 5 years, there has been way too many games where they should be able to exist as a single-player offline experience, or better yet, as a LAN experience if you want, but then they just, you know, put all these, like, digital... Because here's the thing, half the reason for having it run on an online server that requires you to be connected to the internet, 2 reasons. 1, it is to prevent the possibility of piracy, because it is really easy to fake the licensing on a local PC you control. It's a lot harder to do that on an online service that is pinging you that you have no control over. So that's the first reason. The second reason is so then that way there are aspects of the video game's code that cannot be manipulated, and you can't ruin the fun for everyone else. That's a more legitimate, I understand why, you know, for example, MMORPGs don't just give you the tools of being able to host your own server. It's not Minecraft or V Rising where you can kind of just trust on the community peeps to make it work. Because, let's be real, if World of Warcraft existed in the realm of, like, Minecraft and shit, I don't know if Blizzard would continue supporting it as they are and expect people to pay a subscription for it. But digital rights management is a bullshit move, especially in this age when they're trying to come up with the legal bullshit of, oh, you don't own the game, it's just a lifetime lease. You have a Windows 98 PC, so you can just play old games. It's gonna suck for people in later gens to go back. Possibly. I don't think you need to have an older PC in order to play older games. 'Cause, like, what's more is, like, Windows 98 can easily be emulated on a Windows 11 like mine. You can just run virtual machines. They require, like, so little in the name of, like, actual hardware and such, so... I should probably look into doing that. It's like, try and find games I can... Because I'm pretty sure you can play games on, like, fucking DOS, for instance. Doom you can play on DOS, which means you can just use an emulator box. Spruce Round Shield. That is an item level 72. Alrighty then, so all them are done. Ding, dong, exit the room. Depends on what you're asking for. Fair enough. Oh yeah, emulation doesn't allow you to play the games. That is also true, is that there's... I need to move on from, like, the game talks. I need to focus. Actually, I don't know what I'm focusing on. Maybe having the game talk was actually still a really good thing. Though I do stutter quite a bit. I feel like my brain is not able to narrow down what I need to talk about. Instead, it's just running a little too fast or a little too slow. It doesn't have a... Hello. It doesn't have a good pacing. So... You need a Windows XP so you can play Dungeon Siege. Is Dungeon Siege only playable? Dungeon Siege. Oh my god, that shit is old. It's available on Steam. Wait, is it available on GOG is the question. Because I normally find that good old games, they normally do a fairly good job with getting games from, like, the earlier series into here. Yeah, it works on 7, 8, 10, and 11, they say. Yeah, it doesn't look like it has a huge problem. I didn't know that game existed. I'm gonna be real with you, Shash. I did not know that game existed. I knew of Titan Quest and Nox. I did not know about Dungeon Siege. Never heard of it before now. They don't have Castle of the Winds. Ah. That one is so temperamental. Wizardry 8 in particular makes me want to glare at them, but I know what they're working with. Okay, okay. Wait, I don't need to be here. I need to be... You know... What do I want to do? I have all this gear. I can... Thingamadook. Oh, actually, question. Where is... Free Company? How do I teleport to the estate? Housing? Estate settings. Private chambers. No, don't vacate it. Can I teleport to it? Hello? There was a way, I'm pretty sure. Oh, wait, maybe, is this it? And then... No. It'll be the first option in the teleport menu. Travel. Teleport. Oh, okay, there it is. The estate hall. There we go. Thank you. It has an issue where the GPU requirements are hard-coded in or something, and since most GPUs nowadays didn't exist then, there it goes. Saws, your PC can't run this? Ah, sounds like some fun modification patches. Okay, is there anything I can put out here? Ooh, so dragon piece representing things. I've got some decoration shit I can put in my apartment. It's old as heck, but you love it dearly. Actually, you know what I can send to you peeps? Hang on a second. Give me a moment. I need to get my... I need to get my Google Drive. So I did this tweet a while ago, but I have not heard any responses since, which is frankly a little disappointing. Give me a moment. Ding, dong, double click. Send. Copy a link. Shorten that link. Copy. I have a Google form. This probably could have just been like a Twitter comment, and people would have just given their answers there if they felt so, you know, passionate about their game. But maybe someone wanted to do multiple responses. They wanted to do, like, some silly ones, but they wanted to do some realistic ones. But I have a question about the video game canon. So, you know how in movies... Actually, let me just... You know how in movies... Or... Sorry, let me do this again. You know how movie fanatics, connoisseurs, critics, however you want to call them, they would have a series of films that they say, you have to have seen this, you have to have known this, and it's usually filled with things like Psycho, Citizen Kane, Lord of the Rings, Despicable Me, Shrek, and Toy Story. I feel like there's a series of video games that are in the same sort of avenue, where it's a series of games where if you are a fan, critic, connoisseur, you have to have played these games. It could be BioShock, Kingdom Hearts, FIFA, Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMORPG, complete with a free trial. It could be any number of those, but I'm not a smart person. I don't know what... I'm not a common man either. I don't know what the common video game, like, entries and franchises that are part of the quote-unquote gamer canon are. Hence why I created that form, which is, you know, linked in the chat. I would like to know what you think is part of the video game canon. So yeah, this is my place. So, how do I do this? Socials, housing, indoor furnishing. There we go. Alright. Okay, so we got this miniature of the Alexander that I would like to add It's a fairly big structure, so I'm going to place it there. Then we've got the storm desk, which I want to put here. We got the utility cot. Damn it. I don't want it like pointing my head down to the door because that's bad luck. Let's put you here. That should be giving me yep, that gives me a reasonable gap. And then we paste the dragon. Okay, hang on. Let me move you here. Donk, donk. Can I rotate you? Yes, I can. How do I rotate you? Ah, there we go. So we rotate like that. Cool. And then... rotate like this. There we go. Alright. Looks good. This wall is so decorated, though. I feel like that's the proper peste de resistance. Indoor furnishing, tables, wall mounts, the rugs. Alright. Remodel the interior. So... yeah, that one looks good. And then we have the ceiling fan up here. And, yep, cool. Fix those. This one looks good. Now the question, can I use this cot? No. Okay, so I can use the armory. I just can't use, you know, most of the shit. Oh, actually, you know what I want to do? Hang on a second. Social, housing, indoor furnishing. I'm gonna move you. I'm just gonna move you here for now. This is a temporary thing. And then I'm gonna move you up here. That way we get a little bit of privacy. And then rotate you 180 like that. No, god damn you. Okay, hang on. So I'm gonna move you there ahead of time, and then I'm gonna rotate you like 180 degrees. Hey, it doesn't clip through the thing. Alrighty, so then move this. Nope, god damn you. Alright. There we go. It's a bit big, but it is what it is. Alright. And then, yep, that's my laundry basket. That's me watching my meat. You can doze on it as far as you're aware. Hi there, Blue. Welcome to the stream. Hey, Blue. Blue. No, Blue. No, wait. Blue. 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 You should check out my Google form. You should answer some questions. You should answer some questions. You can do multiple submissions if you want. Check out my Google form. I want to know what's part of the quote-unquote video game canon. Alright. Is there a way for me to, like... ooh, I can move the chamber door. Didn't realize that was an option. Oh, also, check out my throne. Because on there's like something I really, really want. I want a pair of scales. It's like a featured thing. What if I played Final Fantasy XIV and followed you as you were on OCE? I am not on OCE. I can move into the OCE. Because one of the things I could do... because I have the 4 different minions. What is up with these questions? It's 2 questions. What would you consider part of the video game canon? So like a game or a series that feels important. And optionally, why would it be a part of it? It's easy questions like that. 2 questions. What game would you add? What, like, essentially, if you never met this person before, and they were like, you know, I like the idea of video games. What is a video game I should play? You should be able to look at them and go, right, I think you should play this game. If you want to be seen as a quote-unquote proper gamer, you play this video game. The only canon video game is Halo 3. You haven't been part of the conversation? Excellent. Thank you, Queen Kaiju Pixel. Put your submission down into the Google form. You just tell me that it's like Halo 3. That's the only game you need to have played. Don't even have to bother with the other Halo games. Reach? Who gives a shit about prequels? Halo 3. Just Halo 3. That's it. Alright, no, hey, there's a summoning bell over there. I feel this question requires more information. How? Hang on. Let me open up Opera GX. Oh, I was half joking, but that is an important one. I feel like everyone knows has played it. Pretend they haven't played it. Just lie to yourself and pretend that some people haven't played it. And quite frankly, some people haven't. Alrighty, where is my Google form? There it is. Ding dong. Look at that. Look at this one. Look at that one. Look at this one. I did not realize Opera GX was sitting here ready to be browsed. I will be real with you. But yeah, look at this. What would you consider part of the gamer canon? Much like how movie fans or connoisseurs have a number of films that all must view/know of, think Citizen Kane, The Dark Knight, The Lord of the Rings, even Despicable Me. There must be a series of games, either singular entry or series, that those who are either fans, critics, or connoisseurs would also say are almost essential for a gamer to know/play. Can we look at some of the submissions? No. Not yet, anyway. For all I know, there's only like... Oh, wait, hang on. Is there any responses? Oh, yeah, it looks like there's 3 responses. Grant has a tab, D&D test. I've already done it. These are my results. If Final Fantasy VII... Guess what, Kuro? You can put it on there. If it's not on there, you can put... If you feel like it isn't there, you can... This is why I made it an anonymous entry. I didn't give video game examples in the description because I wanted to have it just purely unprompted. What is a game you would submit as part of the gamer canon? What would you submit? If anyone hasn't ever played... Wait, where did Blue say that? If anyone hasn't ever played a video game in their life, I would ask what they are interested in as a subject, as all genre of games are very different. You know what this sounds like? This sounds like someone who wouldn't just recommend Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings to just anyone. You know, that's what it sounds like. It just sounds like someone doesn't want to actually give an opinion. Sounds like someone that wants to play Swiss. Sounds like someone that doesn't want to be, actually, shouting for their team. Ooh, what are your interests? They probably don't fucking know. Are you worried? Are you worried that you're gonna recommend to them Kingdom Hearts and then they're gonna be like, why would I play this game? Not everyone has played Mario. Same applies to Sonic and more. Some people started off with playing shooters like Doom and others, Star Wars or something like Might and Magic. Then you can recommend those. What's more is, like, I would consider, if you are a gamer, whether or not you like it or you hate it, you've played at least one platformer. You've played Mario or Sonic. That's my thought. This is like, oh, is there a food you'd recommend? I'm not gonna ask them, oh, wait, why do I smell smoking? Okay, maybe it's just me. Much like recommending video games to people, it's like recommending food to people. Don't get stuck into, oh, what have you already experienced? What you should try? Have some gumption. Tell them to eat a pizza. Tell them to put Hawaiian in their burger. If someone asked me for recommendations for food, we are most likely at the restaurant. All right, Blue, you ready for this? We're at Furdu. It's 2025. I lied to people. I'm there at Furdu already. We haven't gone anywhere. You know what I'm like. I'm not that, you know, typical white person that can't handle the spice from Greek yogurt. I can handle the spice. I did your Korean barbecue thingy-majiggy. I said thank you, Daddy. I go through all kinds of stuff. And I say to you, hey, Blue, what would you recommend we eat this evening? And the thing is you know what? You know what's happening? Ripper is right behind me. Ripper is running up. He's gonna give his own recommendation. If you don't recommend something or you ask me a question, Ripper is just gonna take the reins and be like, "Hey, Grant, we should go and eat this instead." Dragon's Dogma 1 and 2 are the best. They're easier than Dark Souls people. Put it on the submission. Hey, we got 4 already. Nice. The spice from Greek yogurt. Yogurt isn't spicy. Grian, I have a friend. Actually, ex-housemate, I should say. Bookie should know them. They can't handle spice. They would think Greek yogurt is spicy. That's how white they are. There are people that exist out there that would think Greek yogurt is spicy. And that's what you have to contend with some days. You have to contend with the people that are somehow... Actually, what happened? If I minimize this, will this... No, it won't. Okay, so if I have this running, it's gonna... Okay. That's annoying. I wish there was a... Oh, maybe there is a way. Maybe I do just need to make it a thing where it's like, oh, I just have like a quote-unquote green screen, so it shows something completely different on the main... no, maybe just have a window. But yeah, I don't think I need to change these two I don't need to change these 2 questions. I don't need to change this description. I think we get it. So, I said thank you, Daddy. What? Hi, Benru. Yes. Indeed, to change my name yet again, as I thought Gur was easy, but no, Grant. Gwen. Gwen.
Nani?
Gwen. What even are video games? Are you about to recommend to me, are you gonna recommend to me, like, a Final Fantasy VII Advent Children and tell me, yeah, that's a video game? Is that what's gonna happen? Alright, I'll close this. We'll look at it another time. But yeah, also, Sashera, you're at work. Why are you asking if I'm doing MSQ today? I don't know if I'm gonna do MSQ today. I could, you know, do the yokai medallion thingy-madiggies. I still have to go through Lord Emma, Lord Anata, Zazil, and Damona. I still need to go through those 4 peeps. Also, hi there, Luna. Welcome to the stream. So, also, I have, what's-a-mahuzi, Lord Anata out there right now. So, my options are the Korthus Western Highlands, the Dravinian Forelands, the Dravinian Hinterlands, the Churning Mist, the Sea of Clouds, and Aziz's Law. I do not know which of these would be a good one to farm in, because things like this Shogi cat, I've already got the weapons for them, don't worry, right, that they have 0 medals. But yeah, in this one, it's easy. You go to Lower Nanosha or the Central Thanalan. You go for the least amount of traveling required to get from Fate to Fate. You hate Aziz's Law? I hate it too. I think Aziz's Law, right at the get... Like, look at this shit. That is fucking bullshit. Like, this distance is... Like, these quadrants are crazy. And they expect me to be like... Like, to try and get... Nah. Aziz's Law, we're not going Fate hunting then. The Sea of Clouds is a bit much. It's, like, this one has a height difference as well. I don't know if I'd go for Aziz's Law. Churning Mists. It's got... At least it's got, like, 2 different... But again, it's a height thing. Dravinian Hinterlands. Maybe. The fact... Like, because the thing is, like, sure, there's 2 different heights. Like, here and there. But I reckon this is small enough. The only downside is you have to get to Idleshire first, then into the Dravinian Forelands. And then you have Korthus, right over here. So why is Grant not on OC so I can spam Hydro Pool? Hang on a second, hang on, let me log out and exit. Yep, sure, cool. Give me a minute, let me move over to Oceania then. Because Velk is over in Oceania. No, I was meant to... Oh my god, I was meant to select log out. I do this more than once. I choose to exit the game rather than log out like an idiot. I can hop on, sure. I've already done the fates. The sad thing is that there's a lot of blue mages that have stopped doing the fates, and the thing is that I've also have entered into the side of the yokai thing where not very many people are doing the fates in expansion 3 and 4 areas. I'm not doing the fates, I'm doing the yokai stuff as well. I thought you said you did all of them. I swear I was talking to you one day, and you were like, oh yeah, I've already got all of them. Hang on. Let me scroll back up. I'll have to Wait, who I was... Okay, so it sounds like you haven't. Who was I talking to? Where they made it sound like as if they already did all that stuff. Given did them all. Alright, Materia, Ravana, here we go. Alright, I also need to change my thingy-madiggy. Because we are not in, so... Materia, Ravana. I need to fix that. You don't own them, not really your cup of eggnog, but happy to help. Ah. I'ma be real with you, Velk. It's a little tedious, I will be real with you. I was doing a little bit of it, you know, in the morning / afternoon. I was very much tempted to stream this morning in the thing. Oh, I've moved. I was very much tempted to stream in this morning, but my ass and my back were sore, and I just wanted to contend with that problem rather than, you know, do something about it or stream. So there's so many things I wish I had. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Ding dong, ha-ding, ha-bong. Ding 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 ding. Where's those treadmill things? Walking pad treadmill. Amazon shop. Oh, well, no, wait. These things are expensive as fuck, and they are only rated for those people who are under 120 kilos. You finished all the yokai stuff last time around? Alright, who here has not finished the yokai, stuff? Hang on. Have you finished the yokai event in Final Fantasy XIV? Yeah, nah. We're gonna have this going on for like 3 minutes. Let's see. Oh, hello. And there's a rack. Ding. Invite to party. There we are. There's peoples, and there's Girvan. There they are. Look at them doing their fun little dance, and then. Wait, what's the emote again? Where's the emote? Lali. Okay, it's Lali Ho. Lali Ho. Alrighty. Dink. Oop. Dink. Lali Ho. Lali Ho. There we go. Hi there, Jack. Welcome back. Sneaking in from work to say hi. Hi. How many people are working right now? It's 7 p.m. my time. What in the world is going on in this, like, you two are Australian as well. Well, I'm pretty sure Jack is Australian. I know Blue is. I know Sashera is. I've never played. But yeah, alright, alrighty, where am I going? Oh yeah, first and foremost, get the thingy. Yokai thingamadoogs. We're doing Lord Ananta. I feel... Do we want to go for the Dravinian No, not Fourlands. Hinterlands. Let's go for the Dravinian stuff. You work from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Oh, sweet. So, like, you'll be off work in a bit, right? All right, I'm heading to Idleshire. I should probably double check if I have a book. Oh, Gear is dead. I could have revived him. Oh wait, no, we were in a party, so we don't have like a thingy-majiggies. All right. Where are they? Apparently they'll pop up right here somewhere. There they are. Took them a little bit of time, but they got there. Alright, can I... Yep. Beep, beep. You don't want my work hours? You're right, Jack. I don't. I already work 8 to 4. Oh, okay. So someone's just gonna have to, you know, do a fucking giant horse. Actually, this is a giant zebra with a horn. Look at him. Look at them. They got stripes and everything. Also, hang on a second. The blue mages. And once again, the blue mage has killed themselves. Wherever they've gone. Oh, wait. No, they're not. Where are they? Where'd you go? Alright. How do I... Dink. Hi, Xerix. Alright, hang on. Party members. Oh, they're offline. What? That's a problem. There we go. They returned.
Pull the lever, Gronk.
Wrong lever! I'm sorry, Jack, for thinking you were Australian. Why did I think you were Australian? Like, I'm pretty sure Blue even said you were traveling to get to Furdu. And I just fucked up on that account. It's 9 p.m. here in New Zealand, and we're 4 hours ahead of Western, so if Jack is in WA, it makes sense that they're still at work. Oh yeah, Jack's not Australian. Sashera is, however. Dobark did it best. Okay, so this place is a little bigger than I intended. Oh hey, I've got, like, things I need to kill here. Oh, they do not die easily. I thought they would die easily. And, you'll heal you in your own time. There we go. We'll make short work of this, no doubt. Happy Revenge of the 5th. Happy Revenge of the 5th, Wild Saber. We're just gonna be doing some fate farming on the what's-mahuzi we got, the yokai watches. There we go. So that's the first one done. Let's see. Let's go for the shorter of the 2 times. So yeah, we'll go for Feed Me / See More. Because hopefully we'll get that done in time, giving us a moment to be able to do the Retail and Hum straight afterwards. Hopefully so. This one sounds like it's going to be a boss one as well. There we go. I imagine the benefit of the blue mage is that they get to do, like, the even crazier magics. Why are they... Oh, because I don't have Defiance on. There we go. That fixes it. go, and then we just rush and do the... Yeah! That's medal number 2. And then... Alright, let me just pull you. Come on. There we are. I'm going to take a wild guess that the blue mage is going to be doing a lot of the work here. Oh, so this is a really awkward spot to stand and try and get minions. There we go. Pull you over. Oh, damn it. Hi there, Duff Wolf! It's been a while. Welcome, welcome! Sorry that if there's any advertisement you're dealing with right now. Chat should be out of the advertisement in like a couple of seconds. There you go. Twitch waited until I said hi to feed me an ad. I am so sorry about that, Duff. There was an about like 5 seconds before you said hi, there was a blah blah blah. Where am I in my train of my thoughts? About like, you know, 15 seconds left in the advertisement before you said hi. I'm sorry to say. All right, we're gonna go for. Let's see, how many time is there for fog days? It looks like there's plenty of time. I just need to figure out the best way of getting there. Looks like there's a bridge of some sort we can take, though, so that might work. Hopefully I can do this from above ground. Okay, it looks like I can. That's good. Did not know those were available there. And then that's probably going to expire before we get to it. Pop Goes the Whizzle might be the next one. Go. But yeah, hi, welcome back, Duffwolf. Good to have you. Can one of my moderators please give Duffwolf a clip shout out, please? They have been a wonderful streamer. I remember seeing a lot of their 3D stuff. They have done an amazing job. I unfortunately have not been able to sit in their streams for long periods of time, or most recently, sort of time zones and the fact that I'm also streaming half the time as well. But let's get a exclamation point CSO if you can. Back to work, being responsible in the whole shebang. I get you, Jack. I get you on that regard. Boom. Bam, boom. Let's see. You were last playing Lethal Company. I'm guessing you were playing Lethal Company with some friends. Oh, that's Deep Rock Galactic. Let's have a look.
Sludge has been removed.
Is there any volume? I think there's volume.
Stations are fully operational. Note, the noise can be overwhelming for the local.
Oh, it's just giving them a long-ass explanation about things. Fair enough. Alrighty, next one is... I don't know if we're going to be able to get out of the woodwork in time. That looks like it was alright. Actually, you know what I should do? I should probably... What does it look like when I move it up here? Nah, this doesn't look right. Doesn't look as right as, like, doing it like this. There we go. That one's, like, a little bit forward-facing, so... Marble Man open. Alright, is Iraq gonna be able to take on? Hang on. So yeah, because we'll go through Out of the Woodwork, and then we can double back to Marble Man. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. Marble. But yeah, thank you for doing the clip shout out there for Duff Woof. As you saw, pretty cool little stuff. I didn't realize you, like, stuck to a 2D avatar for like majority of your stuff now. I remember you from like the 3D stuff. I swear you had a 3D thing. Hopefully I'm not making that nonsense up. Oh yeah, Blue Mage makes short work of cannon fodder like this. Unfortunately, you have to get relatively close. There we go. Buff Wolf. Maybe he's 3, but his Z is just really, really thin. Maybe. Like, that could be it. I mean, you yourself are also a 3D VTuber, so you'd know about this more than me. You know how to do the XYs and the Zs. So, dink, donk. Alright, so we're looking for torn folios. I'll just pick some up from, like, different areas, like here. Can I even oh, it's a scroll. Okay, so it's not like an open piece of paper, it's a scroll. Oh, so did I actually get... Yep, so I got 3 of them so far. There we go. While the blue mage is, like, sucking everyone in. You're not a 3D? Sure you are! Like, you just explained it! Like, your Z-axis is just really, really thin. Wasn't that the explanation you just gave me, like, literally a minute ago? Alright, there we go. So there's 9.
Hello!
Hi there, Danny. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing alright. Welcome, welcome. How are things? Very true. How foolish of me. Very true indeed. Alright, I want to do at least an even... Okay, that's not even, but at least it's more than 10. I like having the double digits. When it comes to, like, you know, handing in quests, and they give you, like, an option of how many you can hold, I like having the double digits, quite frankly. Alrighty. There we go. Ding dong ding. 18. Alright, so almost 20. Next one is right next to it, up on Melancholy Hill. Look at that. Right fucking there. Unless... Oh, Iraq went to... Hang on a second. Probably should help out Iraq. There we go. Tomb Raider. Done. I'm coming, Velk! Yeah, I know you're fine. You're not normally having these kinds of problems. It's just, you know... We might as well be together for these things.
Yeah.
Making our way across town, killing all the marbles and getting us some tokens. Da 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 dun da dun 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 da da dun da dun. We're gonna make quick work of this. Oh yeah, Blue Mage does some amazing work. There is an argument in Spatial that truly two-dimensional objects don't exist, since even when there's like a sheet of paper or a plane of glass that has X, Y, and Z angles. You are correct. There can be an argument for that, but I feel like that's a bit of a foolish argument to make because the intention is that in a two-dimensional piece of work, the Z dimension doesn't matter, is the point. Doesn't matter how thick the paper is, just so long as it's a paper. And that, you know, obviously applies to digital works then as well. Doesn't matter how thick the LCD is, so long as it's displaying the image. It's like sort of saying, ah, yes, technically speaking in video games, all light sources are powered by electricity. Oh, I'm a fucking genius. I stunned them at the right time. Oh, no, we're not going to be able to stun them. There we go. Alright, so we're going to Maro Rogo. Yeah, where was I? So, you might need the opposite of glasses. Nope, I read that already. I was streaming to finish a WarioWare smooth moves. Ah, nice. Oh, hang on. We gotta go down this way. Alrighty. What a boring escort quest. Oh, hey, we got a straggler. Xeon. Nice. Good for them. For a second there, I thought he was stuck on the water sprite. But it looks to be good now. But yeah. Alright, so, where was I in my thingy-majiggy? Oh, yeah, Duffwoof. There is a... I should probably pin it as a message, actually. One of my moderators can probably make it a message as well. Just doing like a short explanation of I'm polling people for what they believe would be considered part of the quote-unquote gamer canon. Like similar in vein to how movie critics and fanatics have their own like film canon, where it's like, oh, you have to have seen in you know, Citizen Kane, or oh, have you not seen Avatar yet? Have you not seen Lord of the Rings? No moviegoer can say that they are a moviegoer without having seen the Harry Potter series, like those kinds of entries. I'm doing a I'm doing like a Google form, so then that way you can keep your answers anonymous for until I look at them and such. Either a must play or a must try. You could probably get away with, oh, you are aware of them, like say for example anything from the Mario franchise, and you know you go through any one of the Mario games, for instance. You might have a personal fave of what your Mario game is and what it should be. So maybe you'll tell me that, oh, ignore Odyssey, go straight to Mario Sunshine, for instance. So, the decision is all up to you. And you don't get to do additional questions like, oh, what is their favorite, what is their interesting franchise and such like that. Because guess what? That kind of shit don't matter. Oh, hang on, I need to sync back up again. Moviegoers don't ask questions like those when they're trying to recommend films. Doesn't matter what kind of, you know, fan of franchise the person is. They always go, have you seen Avatar? You haven't seen Avatar. Oh, you gay. You go see Avatar. Like, they don't give a shit if you actually are a fan of, like, foreign films or action over rom-coms. They will just recommend to you a film. Even if you aren't a fan of rom-coms, someone is probably going to recommend to you 10 Things I Hate About You. By the by, that's actually a relatively okay film. It's actually a parody of The Taming of the Shrew and My Fair Lady, which, you know, I like to ask people what kind of movies they like or not. This is clearly someone that isn't not sticking to their convictions. I don't care what kind of fan of anime you are. I will recommend to you Kagaguya-sama Love is War. Because there are going to be entries like those where I feel like even if you aren't a huge fan of the genre, someone is going to recommend to you Elden Ring. If you're not a huge fan of the genre, someone is going to recommend to you Sly Raccoon. Oh, cool. I am item sync, so cool. I am not being dumb here. So yeah. Also, hi there, cute panda. Welcome to the stream. Ding dong. All right, hang on a second. Oh no, wrong button press. Command V. Command V forms. Is there a video game you find recommending to people a lot? Consider it part of the gamer canon. Submit your entry at... There we go. Now we pin that message, and I'll just, like, keep that pinned forever. Is it pinning? I don't know if it's pinning. There we go. It's pinned. Manually unpin it. Ow. Thank you, Gear, for keeping all of them peeps occupied. Oh, sweet. I'm up to 5. Okay, looks like we're going to the Wild Wild Death. Excellent. Minor work mishap. Excellent to hear, Jack. Glad to hear that you get to have a job where you get to split your attention like this. I can't, you know, watch streams, like, you know, as committed as you are right now if I was working within the office. But if I'm working from home, I can get away with watching a stream and communicating and what have you. It's absolutely fantastic. Highly recommend it. Getting a job that gives you a hybrid work environment is always fantastic. It means you get to, when things are not busy, you get to preoccupy your time, either learning things for the better, or you're just fucking around in Final Fantasy XIV or in someone else's streams. I mean, if I have movies I have to watch and I like to go to it sounds like something I'd want to watch, like Free Guy or Zootopia. See? Everyone has that film. Everyone has that film or entry that transcends genres. It's in, as it's called, the video game canon. Everyone has seen, like, 50 First Dates, I feel like. Hey, another legendary thing in the movies. The Blue Mage is absolutely committed to killing everything in the local vicinity, whether it is or is not part of the fate. Oh, up this way. So we're going to... Revenge of the Vengeful Revengeance. Probably not going to make that one in time. But if we do, and we can get it done in time, then we go to Sunbear. Unless he's just going straight to Sunbear. Oh, never mind, he's going straight to Sunbear. Alright, we're heading to Sunbear. Most of my bosses don't really care as long as I get the work done. My motto is work first, so I always have time to do my own shit later. Fair enough. It's similar to my own model. Real life takes priority over internet life. Zoom out. There we go. You can quote me on that one. Everyone quotes me on the dumb shit. Never on the, you know, important, valuable life lessons such as, don't fuck around on the internet if you got shit to do in life. There we go. God, the temptation to be a white mage during this period of time. I probably wouldn't get a lot of experience from doing the white mage while here. You already work remote, but my company doesn't let me work from home because I need to accomplish computer emails. You are aware of how stupid that sounds. I imagine it sounded stupid when you misspelled computer, company. I thought that was computer, but it's company. I may be autistic, but even I can catch on to some of the sarcasm that pops up in my peripheral vision. So, yeah. Oh yeah, and meanwhile Jason is going on to have PopCat puts specific entries in a... You can enter it. You can enter in your option as many times as you want. I have not asked for people's email addresses or names. You do not need a Google account in order to do a submission to the form. You are welcome to, like, however you want to do the Google form entry. The onus is on me and, like, you know, looking into it and seeing... Because I'm honestly curious if there are video games in there that I've just never heard of before.
Time for bed, night Jarl. Also, Grant is a silly Zeeb.
Absolutely, I'm a silly Zeebs. Thank you so much for coming in, Night Sky. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful sleep over up in the States. Dun, dun. Bam. I should probably make it where I am the... There. Oh. Let's see if the blue man... Seriously, is this thing... Oh, I see. They're a gunbreaker. Or, no, they're a Dark Knight, so they already have the enmity, I see. You're throwing a lot of meteors at him. Leisure Suits Larry? Be reasonable. Please, PopCat. I don't know how many Leisure Suit Larrys there are. I don't know if I'd want to get into Leisure Suit Larry. Not sure where to put in for the form. I'm typing from the phone, that's why I have fat thumbs and tiny... Not fair enough. I thought you were typing in company, like, as an actual, like, you know, being funny thing. Oh wait, I can just use Fell Cleave. There we go. I'm going through a lot of these days without Fell Cleave. Doo-doo. Okay, cool cat, but can your cat do this? No, didn't think so. Wolf. This is not a wolf. This is a Shiba Inu. Look at this giant Shiba. Look at him, just fucking tongue hanging out as we fly. I have no clue where Velka is. There they are. Come shells or high water. Ah, because it's a play on with the phrase come hell or high water. Clever. Clever, 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 clever. That can do that is what I'm saying. Oh, that's the wrong ability. Every time I see this tortoise flying, I can't take it seriously that they're just, you know, spinning around. I don't know where you get this tortoise, but it is funny. Just seeing, like, hang on. Does it ever stop spinning? No, it doesn't. Okay. And then there's my behemoth. Hi, Dekus! Welcome to the stream. Gold saucer. Damn it. I don't really have that much in gold saucer. I only have like 100,000. Didn't someone do the math like a long time ago? And in order to get like one of everything in the gold saucer, you would need like 7 million gil or something like that. Wasn't that the wasn't that like the issue? Like in order to get everything from the gold saucer, you need like 7 million like MGP in order to have the fares. And this is assuming as well that if you have any, like if you want to get the gold saucer triple triad cards that are only available in boosters, that's like you relatively lucking out. Rao is going to have an absolutely terrible time. There we go. Oh yeah, level 60, so it doesn't actually increase my beast gauge when I do the AoE attacks. Okay, so I'm still on 7. Alright. Making the very best nests. Hopefully I'm not pissing off the stragglers by just spamming AoEs like this. Hi there, Hawaiian Pizza. Welcome to the stream. Oh my goodness, that is a new emote by the looks of it. I thought that was a bird for a second, but it looks like a dog? So who's the... So... No... No... Not stop... Up 3... So, not soft mat... More TP. Ah, okay. Nice. Cool. Oh, and there's fishing now. My intern work colleague made the mistake of asking me what games I play and what's my favorite. Your response could have gone one of two ways. That depends. What's your least favorite? Or, you know, you ask them how much time they have. Oh, there we go. And that's legendary coin number 8. Alright, where are you going? Tarantula Hawk Pro Stinger! Oh, that's a play on words for Tony Hawk Pro Skater, I imagine. Wait, how is... Okay, how did you make that fast of a shortcut through the mountains? I didn't think we could, like, go that high up. Unless, did I make that shortcut previously? I don't think I made that shortcut previously. Tarantula Hawks. Yeah, the night's going fairly well, D-Kiss. I'm just, you know, going through some fate grinding right now, because Velk and Gearvin are online right now. We're over in the Materia server, thanks to data center traveling, so that way I'm able to have, you know, the Australian ping and hang out with a mixture of either, you know, Australian natives like Arak and Grim, or... for whenever, you know, Code or any of the North American or Europeans want to come visit. Because we can all congregate into Materia. Yeah, number 9. Okay, we just got one more to do with this guy, and then I just need to swap to an entirely different minion. So the minion after this, I believe... Yeah, so... Zazil will be the next one after this. So, should be good. Oh, that was quick. Darn. Would have been nice to get the 10th one from this. But, what can you do with luck except pray? There. Sippy time. Gotta remember to drink like at least 2 liters of water a day. Ah! Remember, kids, don't drink and drive, even in Fantasyland. Dazzy probably would be way too excited if I said this to them, but maybe one of the things I need to do after I get caught up to date with the MSQ, perhaps I need to start, like, leveling up my blue mage. Because anytime we have to do these fates, it's an entirely different game, like, mechanically, once it gets to blue mage. Because, like, this guy, Girvin, right over here, this Voyager right here, amazing work. Just absolutely goated in these fates with their blue magic. Alright, do I have the thingy-majiggies I need? Probably not, I don't... yeah, still 9. Just say Kiaru. Oh! Hang on, can I set a nickname for you? Hang on. Will it give me the option to set it... Manage suspicious user. Nope. Why'd you change your name? I was having a hard enough time with your first time, with the first name, and here I am, like, just... Given. This makes so much more sense. But yeah, Cute Panda, my night is going fairly alright. I am a little overweight. I am curious of what everyone's quote-unquote video game canon is, and on my throne, I have a pair of weight scales that I would very much love to have. Hence why I've made it like a feature, like thrown. Oh! Here's something new. I bought a body pillow, but I made the mistake of not having a body pillow case for it. So I've purchased a high-quality body pillow from Adair's because I'm one of those, like, linen lover members because of purchasing, like, some really large amount of linens back at DFO. And it turns out I was going to be saving more money by paying the initial fee to join Linen Lovers for the year. And I would, like, and like, the amount of savings I'd get would be more than if I just ignored or the thing and paid it full price. And now I have Linen Lovers, like, membership for a year or however long it is. And, you know, they were doing a sale, and it was like, you can get, I think it was like 60% off, like, a body pillow, like a nice high-quality body pillow. It was like 150 centimeters one way and 50 centimeters the other way, which I think is pretty good, if I say so myself. And in 2 months, I'll change it again. Alright, I've got the thingy-madiggies. Hang on a second. I now need to change to Zazzle. Ding dong. And that's one minion out of the way. Next one for the area. Ding dong. Thank you for the heals. Alright, so Rook is about halfway there. Oh, hang on. Look out. Yes! I need to remember to do these whenever I see them out in the real world. Gonna get some dinner. Haven't eaten all day. Fair enough, sees. You have a good dinner. That... Shit. Here and I will do our best. Oh god, I really want to go to the bathroom. Maybe I should do that on the next advertisement, is go to the bathroom. If I see that it's gonna pop up in 1 minute, I think I'm just gonna, you know, get up and go to the bathroom. Just so then that way... Because it'll probably take me more than, like, 3 minutes to go to the bathroom and what have you, and wash my hands and everything. And you guys will be able to watch a clip or something like that. Go. Oop. I have all the debuffs. Up on melancholy hill, plastic dream. Almost there. God damn, this thing has so many berries. You had a potato for dinner, you need to go shopping. I would highly recommend going shopping for a little more than a potato for dinner. You should at least have a breakfast and lunch. 2 meals a day, I think. I personally do not subscribe to 3 meals a day. I feel like the fact that we get to have it like a meal every day, and what's more is you can have quite a bit of energy from just the 1 meal. I feel like balancing it across 2 is okay, as long as you hit the right nutrients and what have you. And, like, if you're calorie counting, like I am, it's a lot easier to calorie count with 2 meals than with 1. And I'm hitting the wrong person. Almost done. And there we go. Painful, but we got through it. Let me know if there's a taboo topic for spoilers or any other reason, but what are your theories on where Dawn Trail is going in terms of story? Ooh, interesting question. I have not yet finished Endwalker. I am currently up to this area here. I have not yet attuned to Tertium. We recently went and saw a Garlean camp, which is currently held by, I want to say the 3rd, I think it's the 3rd or the 1st division, I can't remember which one, and, Tertium, sorry. Tertium, thank you very much. So, I haven't yet attuned to Tertium, because it's not available to me yet, but, we went there, it's freaking cold, we went to an abandoned place in order to get some, whatsamahoozies, to get some energy to try and, like, you know, fuel the heaters. We got back, and the general is like, Don't put them in the heaters. Put them in my power armor. We're about to join up with the 3rd Division, and we're gonna be ready for another push. You two are prisoners. Get in your cell. But, you know, meanwhile, I'm totally fine as I am. Alrighty, ding. Donk. Next location, let's go with the birds and the bears. Let's go with the birds and the bears. I reckon we can do that quickly enough. And then we should be able to go from there to toss them back. And then to Toad alone. Hopefully, with that hopefully that, like, combination will work.
Nut!
Hi there, Het. You're a massive Final Fantasy IX fan, so the fact that we're getting some love in the release references makes you excited. Here's the thing. So you're probably gonna think this is blasphemy, Queen, but I've not played any other Final Fantasy games on stream. I have played so Queen Kaiju Pixel played Final Fantasy IX, and she seems to be a huge fan of it. I have not played any other Final Fantasy games on stream, I should say. I have played Final Fantasy 15. This was years before I started streaming, and this wasn't like Royal Edition or anything like that. This was when it was like first came out, and I got a PS4 for the first time. I went and got the Final Fantasy 15 edition of the PS4. So I've only played Final Fantasy 15. I could not play Final Fantasy 16. The combat and the Game of Thrones-esque story didn't grab me like Final Fantasy 14 has. And I understand that as I've gone through Final Fantasy 14, there are a whole lot of Final Fantasy, like previous entries of Final Fantasy that are referenced here in Final Fantasy 14, which I guess is a little, like, it might upset some people because of the fact that, like, I have no context for some of the references that they might do. So, for example, I don't really understand, like, the care for Midgossamer or the references that were made to, I think it was Final Fantasy X in one of the Alliance raids. So, with you mentioning of like, oh yeah, Final Fantasy IX, could not tell you any of the references in this game unless it's like an explicit crossover event. So, yeah. You should try Final Fantasy IX and 7, and if those two hook you, look into the others. They are by far the easier to dip your toes into about very basic storytelling fantasy world and the very neo-modern world, respectively. Interesting. Because here's the thing. If I was to go through Final Fantasy, this might be me dumb-braining it, but like with Yakuza, where I'm going from 0 and then going up to date and what have you, I'm of the thought that... Oh, hang on. This leech is trying to leech off you. There we go. If I was to go through the Final Fantasy series, I have the games in my library because of like a, what's-a-mahoozy, because of a Steam library deal, but I have the pixel remasters of Final Fantasy 1 to 6. And I feel like if I wanted to like actually like if I wanted to dip my toes in, I would just make like a full-on, like, we're just gonna go through Final Fantasy like this in the year or something like that. It's like, how long will this take us? Who the fuck knows? We're gonna try and get through as much Final Fantasy as we can. We'll go through Final Fantasy 1, 2, and 3 at the same time. And then we're gonna go through Final Fantasy 14 while it's going off. Who knows? It'd have to be something really crazy. You've played Final Fantasy Mythic Quest on stream. Good time. Took you about 4 or 5 streams. Nice. Okay. So some Final Fantasy games aren't going to take me forever. They're by no means something you need to tackle chronologically. Final Fantasy 1 has aged very much and is practically unplayable without a guide. Well, it sounds like I just need to get someone like Duskplume to, you know, be on stream with me as I go through Final Fantasy 1. If you don't know who Duskplume is, she is a wonderful streamer, and she's a capybara. You don't see very many capybara personas out in the wild, so good on her. Capybara. 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 Anywho, she does Final Fantasy 1 speed runs. So if we're really pressed for time, like I could probably lean on her and be like, "Hey, this game sucks. How do I finish this quicker?" So yeah. Oh, can I? There we go. I keep thinking. All the other fantasy games outside of 14 are all very self-contained. Oh yeah, so that I've recently understood because of, you know, I went through Final Fantasy 15, and the first time I went through Final Fantasy 15, I thought I was going to get references to Final Fantasy 7. Because I've not played Final Fantasy 7, but I've watched Final Fantasy 7 Advent Children. And I thought when I was going to go through Final Fantasy 15 that I was going to be given, like, some context about Cloud and Sephiroth and, like, you know, all kinds of different characters from Final Fantasy 7 and what have you, but that never happened. Confused zebra I am. I was like, where the fuck is Cloud? Who the fuck are these guys? Why aren't we talking about the Angel Project? Why is the energy, like, why is there a giant crystal up here? It's like, I had no context. And then I go through Final Fantasy 16, and I understood, oh, each of the entries are technically independent, unless you do something like Final Fantasy 13, where it does Final Fantasy 13, Final Fantasy 13-2, Final Fantasy 13 Lightning Returns, or you do something like Final Fantasy 10, where you go Final Fantasy 10, Final Fantasy 10-2. So, I now understand. Okay, why are they focusing on you, of all people? Go. Hop into this series by picking up Kingdom Hearts. Oh, Kaiju, you were not here last year. I went through the Kingdom Hearts series. I went through everything that was available to me in the 1.5 plus 2.5 pack. I went through everything in 2.8. I went through Final Fantasy 3. I went through as much of... Sorry, not Final Fantasy. I went through as much of Kingdom Hearts 3 Remind, like the DLC stuff. I went through like maybe a quarter of the secret bosses before I realized, oh, this boss rush is not worth it for a cinematic. That just alludes to the, you know, to the Final Fantasy X13 series that we never got. I have gone through Kingdom Hearts before Final Fantasy, and it is a trip. Like, you know, I see Sid, and I'm like, he looks like my Sid, like the Sid in Final Fantasy XIV, but I understand, like, if I go through a Wikipedia page of all the different Sids, that is not, like, a consistent image. The Sid from Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy XIV are not the exact same Sid, and, like, you know, we get through Final Fantasy 15, where not only do we have old Sid, you know, the canonical Sid, but then we have his granddaughter, I think, who is also called Sid. You did a big marathon last year, too. You was a huge fan. Like, get where people look at it in fear. That was this... Who knows? Either way, like... Grant. Time. What? Limit? Hang on. Let's try it. Oh, shit! We got, like, 10 seconds left. Fuck. I was not paying attention. Okay. Damn. In Final Fantasy V, they had a grandson named Mid and Joke. Oh my god. As a joke, you mean. But yeah. Sorry about that, Kiaru. Let's take a minute. But yeah, so, last year, I went through all the Kingdom Hearts games except for the mobile games. I went through everything I could on the PS5. I've also gone through the rhythm game of Kingdom Hearts. That one was really fun. And, where's my brain at? And yeah, after those 6 months, I feel like I'm qualified to give this opinion about Kingdom Hearts. You don't have to go through all of Kingdom Hearts. You can skip out on the mobile games. You can skip out of some of the titles. You know what you need to go for? You just need to go for these ones. Kingdom Hearts 1. Kingdom Hearts 2. Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. Kingdom Hearts 3. And then you can go through Melody of Memory. You don't need to do, like... You don't need to do Chain of Memories. You don't need to do... Recoded. You don't need to do 358 over 2 days. You don't need to do Dream Drop Distance. You just need to go through 1, 2, 3, Birth by Sleep, and Melody of Thingamajiggies. No. No, this is the way you do it. You go 1, you go 2, you go Birth by Sleep, and then you go 3, and then you go Melody of Memory. You go like that. You go by release order. Birth by Sleep sets up 1. Birth by Sleep also, like, it does this, it's like a... I guess this goes into the same argument of, like, you know, the whole Dream Drop Distance is a little important, but 3 covers it well. Yeah, no, exactly. You don't need to worry about Dream Drop Distance. Dream Drop Distance is just a silly little game to explain to you why Sora, after the events of Kingdom Hearts 1, getting his, you know, abilities reset and having to grow them back up in 2, has to, you know, reset his abilities as he goes into Kingdom Hearts 3. It just does that little explanation there. But let's be real, we don't need a story explanation for why, mechanically speaking, you need to learn your abilities again. Lol. Automod has held a message for the reason of sexual-based terms. We'll post it in the chat. Here you go. I personally love 358 over 2 because I love the panel system, and Roxas is my sweet baby boy, and I kiss him on the forehead. Ah! Why you gotta make me bold? Alright, let's go. Let's see, is anyone doing any progress in any of these? Doesn't look like it, so yeah, we're gonna go through the brow fix turn. I think we should go for brow fix. Oh, looks like someone is starting brow fix, so who is this Danny? Why are they familiar? Oh yeah, I should probably... Wait, hang on, I should probably do I know this person? Guilty me. Okay, so they're just a... So they're not someone in my circles. You're getting a tissue? Not to worry, not to worry. Let me just grab some things. I agree. Play Kingdom Hearts 1. Watch the Ecom cutscenes. Play 2. Play Birth by Sleep. Watch cutscenes of 358 and Dream Drop Distance. Then play 3. Otherwise, Kingdom Hearts 3 has summaries. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts 3 has summaries as well. Because here's the thing. Kingdom Hearts is a franchise, and the franchise tried to do the universe thing that Final Fantasy XV tried doing, which was a case of... Thank God it's almost 6 p.m. You're starving. You're so dead, are you? Oh my God, look at that emote. Look at that emote. Hey, Sash, can you spam that emote, please? Look at that emote. Look at this little emote. It's just Jared just being like, I'm starving. There we go. And then hand you in. So that's 5. Alrighty, I'm just gonna pick up some of these. It's just such a cute little emote. Sometimes I feel like going through a emote refresh of my own. If Zeebs was a Pokemon, what would his shiny version look like? Oh yeah, neon green sounds appropriate. Especially because I've got like blue eyes, and blue works well with green. Yeah. You need to fill up your emote slots. Nice. Did you get like a whole slew of because I haven't gotten like a huge number of subscribers. I think in order to get to the maximum the maximum number of emojis for affiliates, you need to get up to, I think it's 100 subscribers. I think you need to get up to that, and then that way you're able to unlock like all the emote slots that are available for you as an affiliate. Everyone loves my EPs. So cute. Look at them. Look at them. So cute. Just like, yeah. So great. Be sure to like emote and annotate that you yourself are also responsible for the emotes. You still have 5 stills and 6 animateds to fill out. You don't think it's 100 because you've reached it and you don't think anywhere near Tahiri? Ah, okay. Okay, I might be wrong then. I'll need to double check, because maybe it's just 60. Maybe that's just the, Alright, so that takes 2 minutes. That's a defense with 13. That's 2 minutes. Alright, let's go for the 13-minute one. That's up this way. I don't know how much time we're gonna have. Oh, wait, there's an advertisement that's about to go off, actually. So, this means... Sorry, I'm gonna take this opportunity. Sorry if you hyper-himboed me, and you're not gonna get, like, the full, you know, titty fun and what have you. But I need to go to the bathroom. While I'm in the bathroom, here is me, just in all my clips. This is the most himbo you're going to find me.
That stole your shirt. I'm sorry. I just wanted to oogle
So,
zebra.
advertisement will go off in like a minute, so... Oogle. Ah! Oogle before the zebra titties. I just had to make an old man noise as I get up. I'm not even like sitting up. I'm not even standing up straight. Ah! No. Hang on a second, let me move my... Do like... So I can drag it across the desktop. Watch this nonsense. Spinning. This is like a render of me that is like... Okay, so I need to disable this. Alright. Alright, can chat tell the difference between me... Here we go. Click, 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 click. Alright. So, alright, first thing we gotta do is we gotta subdivide it, and we're gonna... Let's go with 4 cuts.
The real you is super ugly.
Wow!
Darn it. Win. Or go to... Damn it, I wish win.
Oh!
Shit.
Oh! Careful, they got the shield, so like they just need... Oh!
I win.
Yes! Nice work! Can you pick up my card and revive me, please? You can leave the medallion there, so then that way it doesn't like fall you and such like that for now. Yes! Ah! Oh, thank you, Cap.
Like I said, I'd win. Oh shit! Peter Griffin!
Someone clip that. Someone please clip that. That moment of Cap, of like just congratulations, Cap, and Cap is just like, nah, I'd win. And then Peter Griffin.
How do I clip?
Oh my god. Alright. Fabupona. Hi. This bear that you drew for the pecan bear is absolutely adorable, and I love it. My particular fave is the style of the coat you've chosen and the two-color tone. Like, beautiful, it's wholesome, and I love it. Tango! And then we transfer once more. Let's do it again. Hide this thing. Back over here. Alrighty, there we go. So yeah. Oh, no, wait. Look at that rainbow. Isn't that fantastic? Ooh! Oh my god, look at the size of her tits.
Yeah, why did we
like that
not realize that was the first thing you were gonna stare at, not the size of the big fucking sword?
Everyone has a big
I
sword.
really like the sword.
You shove through your chest.
Shove it
Like-
up your ass.
Look at the
I'm focused on murdering her. You can-
look at the titties.
Grant,
don't
stop
focus
looking
on
at the titty!
But it's so good.
I mean, yes, but I don't focus on the titties as someone who wants to fucking murder the shit out of me.
What's my username on Twitter? It's GrantZeebs. What's my username on Telegram? GrantZeebs. What's my username on Discord? GrantZeebs. What's my username on Twitch? GrantZeebs. What's my username on YouTube? Well, YouTube is technically using a Google account in order to do that kind of nonsense, and I can't have a direct link to YouTube, but lo and behold, GrantZeebs.
Y'all just gonna let Icy live?
No. Stronger than 1, stronger than 10, stronger than 100 men. An outsider? But how? By the gods! Allies of the Empire! My sincerest apologies for failing to note your arrival. Cookie for Sky! Sky, look! Rabbit girls! Alright, rabbit girls. I am back. Hopefully you enjoyed your cookie. Alright, let's get that imposter off my screen. I am back. There's been like 4 Planet of the Apes reboot movies. These damn monkeys are taking their sweet-ass time taking over the world. Well, the 4th one, they've now taken over the world, I'm pretty sure. Like, now there's like, now it's a civil war between 2 different monkeys, I think is what it is now. Alright, this way. We're heading to Out of the Woodwork. That one we should be able to do. Also, let's see, is there... friend list. Alright, so Iraq is just having, dinner, I believe. Who is this? Oh, they just pet Rothgars and shit. Okay, never mind. Ding, dong, level sync. There we go. Yeah. Go. Oh yeah, they're in the water mostly. Okay. There we go. There we go. Hopefully we'll be able to do quite a bit of damage. Okay, why is this person... Why is this crawler running away? What the shit is up with that? You shall be able to join shortly? Nice, Code. So, we're over in Materia, by the way. I've done a data center travel to Materia Ravana. It should be in the thingamajiggy. Interpersonal monkey political drama. Yes, I will be real with you. I do want to watch that particular Planet of the Apes. I saw the third one with that still had Caesar in it, and I wasn't so much for it just because, like, I don't know, it was like, oh, here it felt too much like a zombie apocalypse kind of plot line where it was like, you know, Caesar was very much interested in, like, you know, the good of the apes, but also didn't want to just, you know, go fuck you to humanity. But then you have, you know, the general or what have you just being an absolute dick. And it became very clear that you couldn't just, blah, 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 where's my brain at? You couldn't just, like, leave him alive and such, and it was just like, eh. Whereas with this fourth one, I feel like the fourth one, because it's just 100% apes, and they've gotten to the point of, like, oh, hey, like, the apes can, you know, do the whole, you know, stand up and, you know, full speaking and all that kind of such. Like, you know, this is the Planet of the Apes that we're totally fine with, because we've now entered in the point where the actual, like, mocapping of apes is not super difficult for us. There we go. Hopefully we'll be able to go through these quicker with more people involved. There we go. I'm glad that you're getting some of these badges, like, quicker. Hey, you're back at your own PC? That was honestly quick, Sashera. You must be really close to work. I'm at least, like, 45 minutes public transport away from my work. You must be really close. Oh, wait, no, you're on your mobile phone. I don't know how long you've been traveling between, you know, when you finished work and now. So... .5 and it's easy. It's a 30-minute walk. Oh, damn. You lucky ducky. You lucky ducky for being so close to your work. I am envious. I have to spend at least $8 a day on public transport getting to and from my office. Oh, there's code. Send him an invite. Drop my zebra streaming just in case. So, just in case there's anyone in the party chat that wants to talk, or maybe Sashera wants to, you know, heckle me from the VC. There we go. Is that a code? Look at that! It's a code! The Yoshi! Also, why is it telling me I'm in the middle of a fight?
I am in the VC now.
You are ready to be seen now? Which... Oh, what did Sashera write? Sorry. Which led for the dumb part. I could literally work from home.
Do you use meh? Wait, what's meh?
Oh, M-A-R. M-A-R-E. Don't talk about it on stream. I'll explain it to you a later time.
Got it.
Yep, so... We are all...
Go this way!
Donk. They were in the waiting room. Hi there, Velk.
I has been kidnapped.
You has been kidnapped. It's not kidnapping if you consent.
Did he consent?
he was sitting
Did
in
I?
it. I love how Kiaru just wrote, in all caps, misspelling, they whispered for a reason.
Look, my brain don't work well good, okay?
Code and I have to share the brain cell whenever we're online together.
Exactly. It's orange cat syndrome. You know orange cat syndrome, right? All orange cats share one brain cell.
I knew of the orange cats just being the dumb cat breed. I thought you were gonna say, like, they got smarter as they separated or something like that.
No.
Yeah, so they're just dumb.
No. Yeah, they're just dumb.
Okay. Nice.
At some point, I gotta also run through my. Which one are you doing at the moment? Are you doing the?
So right now, because we're in this area here, I only have 3 more minions to go for. So this one here is for expansion 3.0. So this is the Heavens Ward areas, and then the next 2 I have are Stormblood areas, which I'm probably not going to do the Stormblood areas tonight. I think I'll have a look at how much time I have left. I want to go through my... I reckon it's going to be really quick as well if we stay as a party. I want to go through my Wondrous Tales as quickly as I can.
Yeah, I need to do that too.
Yep. So...
Right now, I've also been trying to come up with glamours for some classes.
Okay, alright.
Any in particular that you were after? Like, well, none of the sets?
Number 5.
I was trying to do something really cool for White Mage, but some of it requires like level 90 gear, and I don't have that at the moment.
What level is your mage?
My White Mage, the highest one I've got is level 80.
Oh, okay, so you're still going... Oh yeah, because you're at the same point as I am nearly, except you're, like...
Yeah, well, my Summoner is at level 80, and because Summoner and Scholar both level at the same time, my Scholar is level 80.
Oh, okay.
My Sage is level 70. So I want to get everything at least at level 80 sometime soon, so I'm going to try doing some Palace of the Dead runs.
Palace of the Dead wouldn't be too great for... once you're past level 60.
Yeah, well, I need to do Palace of the Dead for all my level 30s to get them up to level 60.
Oh, okay. You're doing like an Omni-class thing.
Well, yeah, because I'm going to have chat decide what class I go into Endwalker with.
Oh, that's a terrible idea.
I think it's a fun idea.
This is like when you have the roulette wheel for Monster Hunter, but I feel like this takes a lot more commitment than the Monster Hunter one.
Or the other idea was set them all to hotkeys and then let chat just change my role every now and again. So get all my classes up to the same level. I'd have to get all of them up to the same level.
The funny thing is if you create a hotbar, you could have it where the hotbar has like some specific key combinations or something, and you can make it as a redeem or something where.
Yeah, where they select the name, and then the name will select the hotkey, which will then.
Exactly. So,
if you still.
Sorry, go on.
I am still British.
Oh, hi there, Kiara.
Hi, Kiara.
So, you could.
Did you know we had a British person in here?
Yeah, I didn't know that either. I love how I have Sashara being like, may as well abuse my mod powers for something, and I have not seen any abuse so far. She's an artist, and like I haven't been drawn pregnant or something like that.
Jazzy's up to floor 170.
Good for him. The highest they got, I think, was floor 180, I think, or something or rather. So,
are you trying to get the 200 off of him?
I haven't made an effort for it just because I have been a little bit preoccupied with, like, work has gotten stressful for a lot of different people but myself, and from that extension, it's just sort of made me extra tired by the time I get home. And I've been going through my Yakuza series. Like,
yeah, so I'm not like 100% committed to it because I'm still like fucking about at like floor 80, I'm pretty sure, with my warrior, and that's after like 13 or 14 deaths. And I'm not yet at max Aether Pool, so every attempt I'm going through, I'm kind of doing two things at the same time. I'm trying to gather up Aether Pool for my armor and my weapon, and also trying to, you know, go up the levels. Because the thing is that once you get up to max Aether Pool, there is, let's see, which one are we going to go for? Let's see. Well, death. Let's see how quickly we can get through this one. Probably not fast enough, but we'll see. But yeah, so trying to get through that one, and then because if you can get up to 99 in both, a lot of guides for warriors say that it's not a panic to get up to the first 140 floors.
This is correct.
So, considering I've died like 12 times now, like prior to level 100, a lot of that is just chalked up to the fact that, you know, my Aether Pool when I started this was at 30.
One thing I need to do is I need to get the new dungeon unlocked sometime soon.
What does code like the Mentor XP bonus?
We're getting Mentor XP bonuses?
Yes.
Because Kiryu is a
Mentor XP bonus.
Yeah, so Kiryu is a mentor.
Nice.
Well, that's me.
Yeah, Arak is also a mentor.
Oh yeah.
No,
so...
Arak is the actual mentor. Kiryu is just trying to take the glory.
Oh, I thought Kiryu was also a mentor.
Yeah, that's what
I am a mentor.
Really?
Yes.
Doesn't look that way with the icons.
No, they're both mentors.
Hang on. Oh.
I'm used to Grant ignoring me, but like...
I'm not ignoring you. Hang on, so...
It's okay, Kiryu. He's ignoring you.
How can you see that they're a mentor? Like...
I just know things.
Like... This is... Yeah, no, it doesn't like explicitly say it. Like, you have to like look for the... Because I'm like looking for the crown, and I can see it on a rack, but I can't see it on, Can't see it on your character.
Maybe it's because I'm from the EU.
Maybe?
Honestly, the mentors here aren't that flash.
The EU mentor requiring different things, even though it's the exact same thing.
I just like the subtle shade Arak decides there. It's just like, plus, us the Oceania servers have terrible mentors.
Oh, they do. I'm not even gonna hide that one. They are terrible.
They are true to the insult of the Burger King crown.
A lot of them, yes. There are some that are very, very good. There was a we got roped into Ramu Extreme with 5 sprouts. That was a trip. One of the
finally
mentors,
got one.
One of the mentors didn't know how to do the fight and just purposefully trolled the entire thing.
Oh.
Yeah, see, I'd be kicking nuts for that one.
I had a bit of a similar experience with Ramu Extreme.
It's always Ramu Extreme. Every time.
Yeah, it's like, it's that one that it's like, you do it, but because it's not for a quest outside of, like, doing it, as opposed to, like, the Ifrit Garuda ones are for, like, the final focus ones up, people tend to just forget it.
Yeah, because I'm fairly certain, like, I had to go through the extreme ones for the mount, first and foremost, but yeah, I'm trying to think, like, why maybe it's just because of the fact that they're level 50 and, like, majority of people are at levels, like, 70 and 80, so it's just one of those, like, oh, let's just, you know, worst case scenario, you can just do it again on synced or something like that. I don't know.
A lot of people mix it up for the main story quest because, oh, I've had to do the hard mode of these, I'll just do the extreme. It can't be that much more of a jump, but it is.
Yeah. Well, there is no hard for, like, they stopped doing hard, like, quote-unquote trials. They've now made it where it's like you got your normal one, and then you just go jumping straight to extreme. There's no card
because
that's
people were
going
getting
on
mixed
the
up.
queue.
Yeah, there's no baby mode.
It is rather funny though that like the entirety of the extreme, there's only 2 major new mechanics, one of which is just the floor is now wet.
Well, there's also the
All right,
mechanic
feet
of,
on the floor.
you need to pick up enough balls so that the AoEs just don't instantly kill you.
That's like the tank thing. Everyone else needs to. Well, I'll say needs to. People usually put down the markers like behind the boss, and then which direction do they normally do? I think it's like they put thingies behind the boss, and then it's like if you get the thingy, you stand on that, and then someone with the ring, but only one comes along to free you from it.
I don't know. I'm not a mentor.
And
No, he's just mental.
That.
honestly, there are some days where it's probably better that you're not.
What do you mean? What do you mean? You're not mental like me?
I think the best bit though is with the mentor roulette, you basically only get dungeons, or at least I only get dungeons when I do them. Like once or twice, it's not, but usually it's dungeons, which is quite fun because it's just like, why am I in a dungeon all of a sudden?
Well, the point of the mentor is just sort of to help fill in, like, beyond the MSQ queue, isn't it? So, like, if you're
Something like that.
So if you're a
It's
sprout
Sprout.
that's like going through the main scenario, the mentor queue is meant to be able to be like a 50, 60, 70 queue, but it's explicitly tailored towards, you know, a high sprout area. Have they explained
It's just
the
you're
mechanic?
required to do every single extreme prior to Endwalk, I believe, to do the mentor thingies.
Okay.
I think we delivered enough.
You have
Let
to
me
do
just
every single
deliver
extreme to unlock being able to do mentor roulette. Which is then rather funny if you get mentor roulette and there's another mentor and that mentor doesn't know what to do, sort of thing.
Alright, let's go for...
I have no idea what I'm doing.
That's okay.
Code, are you a mentor?
We're going for the cock block in the south.
Code, you should become a mentor.
Wait, which one are we going for?
Why is it called Cockatrice Block? Why?
Because they had a fun time with all the different puns that they were making for these fates. They had to go with cock block at some point, and they couldn't just say cock, so they went with cockatrice.
Oh, they... I'm pretty sure he absolutely would hide that.
Oh, cock, you're Triss.
I want to do only because I want to farm the 2-seater
Since
Pegasus.
Triss is a character in The Witcher, I can only like imagine Geralt trying to be funny in saying that.
Him just like in his
Oh,
accent, just
cock,
being
you're
like
Triss.
cockatrice. He's just with Triss, and he's just like, "Hey Triss, look, cock, Triss."
No, it's got to be more like, you know, monotone.
I can't do monotone.
Have you played any of the Witcher games?
I have. I have played through a bit of 1 and 2, and I completed 3. So
Yeah, I need to go through 3 at some point because I've gone through 2 completely on stream, and I've been meaning to do 3 since now I've got a better computer to run with.
Nice. Oh, it's a pinned thingy-majiggy in the chat code, but if you want, I would love to hear what your thoughts on the quote-unquote gamer canon. You know, games or series that are like sort of part of this mythical canon where if you're a connoisseur or critic of games, it's kind of assumed or essential that you would have, like, you know, viewed or played these games.
No, I don't believe in that sort of stuff.
Where's the fun in that? Haven't you just told
Because
people over and over again they should play this game? Like you told
No,
me to
I've-
do the D&D test over and over again?
That's different.
The for the same reason
Because
that I
there are
wouldn't.
4 of us, we could do.
How
the
is that
daily.
different? Because I'm annoying. How am I annoying? Because I can be. How can I be? Well, I am currently right now, aren't I?
Yes, and you do it only to a select number of people. But
Exactly.
it's just like I'm not saying every gamer is going to like just be upfront with no social skills and just demand that you play this game, otherwise they won't consider you a real gamer and then they'll just block you.
No,
and...
I only suggest what some people should play.
Yeah.
It just needs to be
And
in the
that's
same
if they
sort
like
of
it.
realm as, like, you know, when you talk to someone about Star Wars and they're just sort of like, oh, but I haven't watched Star Wars before. And you just have to, you know, balance in your mind whether or not you want to go down this path of, you should watch Star Wars.
You don't want to go down that path. Hi, I'm someone who hasn't watched Star Wars.
You should watch Star Wars.
No. I have tried to watch it multiple times, and the medium that people tried to get me to use it through was shit.
Watch the Star Wars. Watch the
I've tried
Star
to.
Wars.
Go ahead and justify the Christmas special of Star Wars.
Why
I'll
would
wait.
anyone tell you to watch the Christmas special of Star Wars?
Who told you to watch
I don't
the Christmas special? Who told you to torture yourself in that regards?
I don't know. And yet, meanwhile, here we are. I've watched the Christmas special. It's shit. Star Wars is shit. That's all there is to it.
That's
I
because you
don't know what's
you
funnier. I don't know what's
That's
funnier.
because you would.
Go on. Fine, you go
I mean,
on.
you only think it's shit is because you were told to watch the thing that even George Lucas himself hated.
I don't know who that is.
George Lucas is
creator of
the
Star Wars?
creator of Star Wars, but he had the Skywalker Ranch before he sold it to Disney for a couple million. Here's the thing.
And even
I don't know what's
he
funnier,
hated
that you
the
haven't
Christmas special.
seen Star Wars, like the parts that most people have an argument on of whether like original or prequels, or the fact that if you do have to say you've seen Star Wars, or that you try and give any tidbits about what you know within the Star Wars universe, it's going to be coming from the holiday special. People are just going to be like, so what Star Wars? So it's like, do you know much about Star Wars? And you're like, oh yeah, I do. I know about Life Day. Just hit him with
And
that.
you'll see the eye twitching, the nervous ticks, and the foaming at the mouth.
And the cooking lady. That lives rent free in my head, and I can't get that out. Please
I don't know who this cooking lady is.
It's the one where Chewbacca's mother was watching it as she was making food, and it's a trip.
Oh my god.
Also, Chewbacca's family are all clothed, and Chewbacca is naked.
Yes, that also.
I remember
There's
that
so many
referenced
questions.
in Robot
Robot
Chicken
Chicken.
Star Wars. Actually, oh no, because that one is kind of, you kind of need to know, like, it's not fun watching a parody of something if you don't know the original. So, never mind.
You mean to tell me you've been naked this whole time? I can't do the high, I can only do the low.
Yeah.
Oh. No, I don't have enough phlegm.
But yeah, I love how Sashara, like, kicks W, and then she's like, well, Dano, who is her partner, well, now Dano is triggered.
Why? Because of the whole Star Wars Life Day thing?
Look, I don't think there's anything wrong with, like, you know, Star Wars trying to co-opt Christmas into its own holiday thing. Let's be real, like, the Christians did that first. I just think it's a shame that they did such a terrible job with it.
I did try to watch one with pod racing, but I keep sleeping every time that gets on.
Really? You fall asleep at the pod racing?
At the pod racing, I just can't do it.
That's a shame.
I mean, Anakin is basically Jesus.
Is Kid what?
Anakin is basically Jesus.
You know, I could kind of agree with that, just because of, like, the way they explain it in the, like, if you just had the prequels to go off of, it's like, oh, we don't, like, there is no, you know, canonical father other to Anakin. He's just born all of a sudden by this slave woman in the desert, and this, you know, woman in the desert is not there for him as he gets, you know, trained in the mystical arts of space magic, and then he, like, you know, apparently has the power to bring balance to the universe when, quite frankly, you know, balance to the universe shouldn't be done by, you know, emotionally stunted monks.
You know what I love? Somebody did a thing just recently about how J.K. Rowling never wrote the best-selling wizard book. She just wrote Star Wars with crappy lightsabers.
She wrote it's a Heroes with a Thousand Faces is what it is. It's been, you know, and analyzed quite a bit. The thing that I like sort of damn it. I guess we weren't.
Did we run out of time on that one?
Yeah, we ran out of time on that one. I think the thing that's interesting is that someone has pointed out that J.K. Rowling's book came out at an opportune time where it was just at the precipice of Tumblr and Twitter being a thing. So social media, everyone's like, oh my gosh, I love this series. I've been reading the 5 books and such. But it didn't get released so late that, you know, if people read it and you know, did the analytical on it like you do on the internet with most mediums, there wasn't enough people that were, you know, clowning on JK for doing things like, oh, you have a instant teleportation network, but your mail is transported through owls who are not magical, they're just owls. Your one Asian character is called Cho Chang, and your twins are Indian. So, alright.
And the what? Twins are what?
The twins were like 2 Indian women or something, rather, in the movie.
Oh, so you weren't talking about Fred and George?
No, no, Fred and George are not Indian. There's more.
That's what I was wondering.
Well, they are twins.
Like, Fred and George being
That's kind
twins.
of where I had to go, what, for a second there, Grant?
Yeah. You were on your own on that one.
Yeah,
I love Dan's comeback to the whole Life Day special thing. Whoever told you to watch that needs to be met with the business end of a lightsaber.
Hi there, Dano. Welcome to the stream. So yeah. Oh, Dano, if there's any video games that you feel like should be in a quote-unquote video game canon, where it's like, oh, you should play this video game or something like that, go to the Google forum and do your submission. There's no like personal data or anything like that grabbed. You don't need to be logged into a Google account. You just need to do an entry, and if you feel brave, you can also give your reasons for why you think this is a game or series that should be in the canon.
And also, if you want to buy GrantZeebs stuff, type in !throne, go to his throne, and buy him stuff.
That would also be appreciated, because I don't have a pair of scales, and I would love to get a pair of scales. At some point, I might.
Yeah, but what are you gonna do with just a pair of scales? I mean, wouldn't you
weigh
need
myself,
scales all over
figure
your
out
whole...
how heavy I am. I'll do like a video and everything. You'll get to see like how much I weighed the first time I had to try them and such. It'll make total sense. Also, why am I stuck?
What do weights have to do with furry scales?
No, scales.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Scales.
You mean?
Oh, you're being. Yeah.
Food.
Gosh darn it.
Does anyone want to have... Because the boss is up, the one that's like you get a thingy if you kill it, the 30-minute one.
Oh, there's only 8 minutes to this one, so this is gonna be tough.
I think he's giving me Vuln stacks.
Like, you don't have to do the boss, but like, I think he will, so I...
My lord, Stormtrooper. My lord, Stormtrooper. My lord.
Yo.
My lord, Stormtrooper.
Yep. Stormtrooper. It's what I love is that I think anytime there's a comic convention going off and there is like a large number of clones, someone does their own like little thing of you know, Palpatine going up the escalator, and there's just all these stormtroopers or clone troopers like standing on the stairs doing the my lord. So good.
My lord.
Stormtrooper.
My lord.
Stormtrooper.
I thought that was a Mass Effect thing.
No, that was a.
No.
That's a parody from Robot Chicken when they did their third Star Wars special, where they, you know, collated all their different Star Wars specials and, you know, added some new ones in there. Oh, hey, there's Eric's. Hang on. donk, dink, dink, invite to party. That way you can see where we're going.
No, wait, don't invite Zerix to party!
Why?
I'm joking.
Mm.
Hey, Dash, why aren't you in here helping us?
Sash just got home, and Sash is hungry.
Excuses. She's just lazy and doesn't want to work. Dash, I love you. Please don't kill me.
She can't.
She'll find a way.
Oh, I just realized I'm not.
The healers always find a way.
Yeah, we do.
I've been going up in levels with the white mage. I've actually got up to level 50 now, and most of it has been because of fates, guild tests, and once in a while doing the leveling roulette.
Yeah, I need to do the guild tests as well, because they're actually really good ways of leveling.
They are a good way for the, because you can do them at level 10 and up, so you can get to the guild tests before the leveling roulette, and I highly recommend you do it, because even if you've already done the guild test previously with a different class, you still get the bonus for, you know, killing the thing quickly, or by doing the quest for the first time with that particular job. So, yeah. You already finished the yokai event ages ago. You could help us. We can get through this quicker.
Yeah, God.
We can get through this quicker, and then we can do, like, you know, some wondrous tales. The likelihood of us having overlap with more people involved is going to surely increase the chances of us completing 9 out of the, you know, 16 wondrous tales we can do.
Yeah, Sash. Like, my God.
And besides, like, you do blue mage nonsense, don't you, Sashera? You could try and flex on us the power of the blue mage if you're feeling so inclined.
Metal Gear Rises... Wait, Metal Gear is Revengeance.
Yeah, Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. It's a... Where did you read that?
That is the name of this fate that I've just dropped into.
Oh. Metal Gear's Revenge.
Metal Gear's Revenge 2.
That is fantastic.
That's the boss I was trying to tell you that is up.
Oh.
And you don't have to do it, but I can heal because I am a healer if you want to do it.
Nice, alright. So is this going to give us like an achievement or some shit? That would be cool.
I don't know about achievement maybe, but it's one of the big ones.
Nice. It certainly feels like one of the big ones right now.
Yeah, so if you... Grant, just keep hunting, and I'll just heal you.
Let me just try and make sure there's, you know... Sorry, let me just get...
As long as you've got your
center.
stance on.
Actually, this probably would have been a good chance to jump into the dance.
No one in
one.
position.
Well, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4... There's like 5 players right now fighting in this boss. It's not a raid level, but we're a lot further than, like, you know, the last attempts that we've been doing, like, mini bosses in areas.
Well, there's also this healer here, Row Dogs.
Oh, nice. They've been popping in and out of different places, so...
Yeah.
That healer can't heal you with AoE healing, because they're not in the party. They can literally only heal you if they target you, otherwise they're just healing themselves.
Don't you like doing Wondrous Tales, Sash?
Wondrous Tales is amazing. You get to level up like 50% of whatever job you're using to hand it in.
I really hope they do a road to level 80
You know what
soon.
this sounds like, actually, Sash? And you're probably gonna hate me for this, but you can't fault me for it. You're sounding a lot like Dazzy. We're giving you all these great opportunities for you to join in and play Final Fantasy XIV with us, and you're just sort of like, yeah, but...
You know Sash is gonna kill you, right?
No, she won't.
She will find a way.
Sash, my commission is 10k gil. If you ever need me to kill them for you. I can be bored. That is my price.
Just leave me dead in one of the dungeons. Is that it? Like, you're just gonna be that kind of a healer where you're just gonna be toxic of, like, he's a warrior, he can self-heal.
Yes.
Noted. I will have you know, warrior is one of my comfort classes. I am more viable survival-wise as a warrior than any of the other tanks.
You better be.
Yeah, I noticed that Sash isn't in here to defend herself on these charges.
Yeah, no. Talks about it in mod power, doesn't do any of that. I've noticed when, like, artists joke, it's like, oh, don't piss an artist off, they'll draw you pregnant. Never happens.
What? Who says that?
Have you never heard of that trope of, like, be careful of artists? It's usually in the phrase of, like, oh, if you upset an artist, they'll just draw them fucking your mom, or they'll draw you pregnant, and all these other, like... It's just a nonsensical thing of, like, they will draw art to insult you.
I can't say I have regular contact with artists, no.
You need to get a persona. You need to start making art friends.
You know that I'm not a furry.
That doesn't mean you can't have a persona.
Sure, Code.
I mean, I'm not a furry, but I have a persona. I mean, you can always go with that one, you know.
I'm not doing it, but he's not wrong.
Someone clipped that little just quote from Code of like, oh, you don't need to be a furry to have a persona.
I mean, come on, someone in chat, tell me I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
I feel like, you know, here's the thing. Just like when people are like, oh, this is my alternate universe brand new animal or alternate universe Beastars, I feel like you're very much close to a furry, and you just don't want the connotation, because then you have to come to terms with the fact that, like, half of the bullying and assumptions you've made about furries might be false, and you can't come to terms with, you know, falsehoods like that.
Yeah. Wow, Dan, thanks. You're really helping support the community there.
Yeah. Sorry, Dano, for, you know, attempting to pull Sashera away from the wonderful dinner you've cooked. So.
By the way, what did you make for dinner?
You had dinner as well, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I had pork chops and vegetables.
Nice. Roasted
Very
vegetables
basic
or
fish,
steamed?
but you know. Microwave vegetables.
Okay, so steamed, technically.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
In the little bag.
I don't have steamed vegetables very often, but I prefer steamed over roasted.
Oh, you can't beat roast potatoes, though.
Okay, but that's potato. If you don't have potato in the vegetable, like, you know, assortment, steamed.
Or roast pumpkin.
Pumpkin's technically a fruit.
I'm sorry, what?
Pumpkin has seeds. It is a fruit.
It also grows above ground, so it's technically a fruit.
Thank you, Sashera, for clipping that. I will remember that. Congratulations, we have completed the what's Mahoozy thing. And apparently, I got a Kikirin earring for our troubles there.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I did too.
Nice. So we got something for it.
What's the earring look like? Let me have a look. Try on.
For the assist. What? What are you doing?
Oh, that's cute. That's a cute little earring.
Oh, hey, wait. You can purchase that rat, can't you?
Yes.
Here, have an egg.
I just have a second.
So yeah, because you can purchase, because like that. Trade did not meet sufficient. What?
You're supposed to just accept it because I don't have space.
What do you mean you don't have space? How are you?
They're getting rid of the rat so they can have space.
Oh my god. Okay, cancel.
I don't have any space. Just take the rat.
Chicken enchiladas with rice.
Fine, I'll just take your rat. I'll just take this rat that you're just like, I don't want him. My inventory is full.
I love getting
the
chicken.
Am I at 10 already with the guy? Holy shit. I was not paying attention.
Wow, you are 10 with pretty much all of them.
Yeah, well, the reason being is that I've already turned in for like 2 of the characters. The this rabbit, sorry, this cat and this cat here. So they're at 0, but everyone else.
because you probably would have wanted the weapons for those.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do it all in one go. All right, so yeah, that's all of them done in this area. So I'm
5 of.
So yeah. How many more do you have to go? Because maybe we'll do like.
I am still sort of. So I've got to do Whisper, Blizzera, Manjimut, Noko, Venok, Havinyan, Robonyan, USA Pion, Lord Enma, Lord Anada, Zazel. So I have a few to do.
Yeah, okay. I've only got 2 more to do, and they're all in the Stormblood area, though.
Which 2 are those 2? Because I think Demona was in the Stormblood area, which I've done her.
What? You have a weird order of operation with these guys. So yeah, I've got to go through Lord Enma and Demona.
Yeah, I was just sort of doing them at random. I wasn't really sort of doing any order.
Okay, because I've kind of been going like left and right, or I'd
now
go to
I'm,
one and then try and find one with a similar area, like I did with Anita.
I mean, now I am going in order, so I'm basically doing it at my own time. So
yeah.
You Sapion. No. It's USA Pion.
It's in all caps. It's USA.
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 USA. USA. USA. USA. USA. Yeah.
I had no idea people go around doing fates. It surprised me a bit.
You didn't share the brain cell there, you divided it in half and just ate it. Ugh.
I mean, that's still sharing it. I mean, isn't it? I mean, so Demona is if you want to get the I think Demona's the chakras. I'm not sure
Demona
what
gives you the glaives. So Lord Anata gives you the rapier, so that's for the red mage, and Zazel.
Oh, actually, that's what I need at the moment, so I wouldn't mind doing that.
So yeah, so all that's left for me is the gunblade and the glaives in the entirely different area.
So what are we doing? Are we doing that, or are we doing the tails? So
I kind of want to do the tails because I feel like those ones. I feel like we'll be able to get through those a lot quicker because I got like 15-30 minutes to go really, and I got work the next day and I got to go into the office because we got like a CEO coming in and shit. So I don't have the time to do like more of the fates because those take quite a bit of time. Whereas with Wondrous Tales, I feel like those ones, once we know like our common denominator ones, we can just blitz through that shit.
All right, dude. So is everyone? So let's all head over to Idleshire if you haven't already grabbed your Wondrous Tales. So we'll all teleport over so that way people can get their Wondrous Tales.
Oh, you might want to remove the other person then if they're not.
Yeah. Going to go through Wondrous Tales now. Are you okay with that? What was their name? Row.
Row dogs. Row doggy.
So yeah.
Oh, who's this?
That's a bit of a shame.
I wonder who this is standing right here next to me.
Hang on.
Trying to be all incognito with her big ass jacket.
Well, here's the thing: is that we're in in the MSQ, we're in like the frigid cold. So this is on what's in the Hoozy thingamajiggies. So, all right, is this thing still valid? Yep, this thing is still valid until tomorrow night. So I've got the dungeons to go through, so that's like 50, 51 to 59, and the 60. Labyrinth of the Ancients, Alexander the Fist of the Sun, a treasure dungeon. Ultima's Bane for the Minstrel Dungeon, Striking Tree, World Eater, Howling Eye, Containment Bay, and like 2 different.
So I've got
Bahamut.
Striking Tree.
Okay, all right.
Let's see. So I've got Alexander, Cuff of the Sun, as well as Heart of the Creator. I've got Cypress Tower, the Naval, Striking Tree, the Afar Amphitheater, Uth's Font, and Tok As Tok Extreme, or Thok As Thok Extreme.
Okay, so we got some weirdy ass ones to go with.
Shall someone send Sash an invite?
I feel like we're gonna have to start like kicking people out of the parties at one point. This is honestly because like, can you go unsynced into like a 4-party thing?
No.
No.
So-
Which one's a 4? Well, all the extremes are all
8-party, so that's fine.
8-party.
Yeah, so that's
I don't think
fine.
Earth's Font is 8-party though. I think that's 4-party, isn't it? Hang on, let me have a look. Bloop, bloop, bloop.
Alright, I'm gonna do unrestricted party.
Earth's Font. Oh no, Earth's Font is 8.
Yeah, alrighty then.
Then also the Cuff of the Sun and the Heart of the Creator are 8.
So
And Cypress Tower, well, we've pretty much got enough now for a full team of for an alliance.
Well, the question is, wait, Xerix has just gone offline. You okay, Xerix? No, it's
Xerix, have you died?
So yeah, because what we'll probably do is we'll go Earth's Font to Ultima's Bane to Howling Eye to the Naval. Like, because the way our books are all spread out, we're kind of just needing to just go from Earth's Font and then working our way down across all the high-end
and
trials.
just doing them unsynced will probably make that a lot quicker.
Earth's Font will probably be able to get through in... Who's this gecko?
Like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Who's this what now?
This gecko... Oh, no, never mind. I thought they were, like, with us for some reason. Alright, I'm just gonna do a ready... check. See... So yeah, Xerix is offline, so...
Yeah, well, he's still in the party, so...
Yeah, but... Oh, internet died. Do you want us... I don't want to... And then Gear is... Kiaru is just... Kiaru, what are you doing?
Quick question about this Rayo Dogs person. Are they intending to join for this Tails thing then?
Yeah, I asked them in the...
yeah.
I asked them in the party chat.
Okay.
Alrighty, so... Xerix...
Who wasn't ready?
Well, Xerix was one because he's offline right now, but Kiaru said they weren't ready, so...
Or Xerix left the party.
Yeah, kick them. So for the book...
Fashions don't go with you into a dungeon, do they?
Sorry?
Fashions like summons, they don't go with you into a dungeon, do they? Like, you can't wear, like, butterfly wings and all that in a dungeon.
I don't think so. To go
Alright.
from Earth's Font down the ARR extremes. So yeah, because I feel like, yeah, because it's like we're a wide range of different things on the 3rd row, I feel, so. Yeah. Alrighty. Ready check again. Nice. Alrighty. First and foremost, Earth's Font.
Font Earth?
Ouch. Are we doing unsynced then?
Yes, we're doing unsynced.
Then it should be really easy because we're all
Oh, yeah.
basically like levels.
The question is
We're
like,
all basically gods.
yes. The question is, oh my god, someone is viewing a scene. They have never seen this before.
I mean, basically, yep, he's dead before I can even cast a spell. 8 fucking seconds that one took.
Yeah, that was a bit slow, sorry.
My inventory is too full to loot anything.
You should sell some things, or at least put them in a glamour chest.
But I love all my stuff.
I love all my wonderful things.
Yes, I mean, I need this single totem of light and this single diamond totem.
What about
I
your
need
chocobo
10
saddlebags?
I have both full because I also have the companion app, which means I get an extra saddlebag.
I need to actually do the get the stuff on the companion app.
Look, I'm a bit of a hoarder myself. I did have to fix that as I was going through this game. I didn't need to hold on to like every item I collected / crafted.
Four retainers that are all full.
What are you holding? Are we gonna have an intervention? Are we gonna have to like look at your inventory and just start going trash?
I mean, you can try. I don't know if I'll listen.
Oh my god.
Also, Kiryu, when you're done cutscene, please.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Don't make the cutscene viewer feel bad, okay? We always wait for the cutscenes if we can.
No, too late. I'm making him feel bad. You can't stop me.
Oh, the choker. That's good necklace.
I don't know if I've got that one.
Those are the necklaces.
Choke you. Ah.
Oh, welcome back, Xerix. Okay, so do you want to get invited in again? Hang on, let's see if I can get you back in. Party members, friends list. Let's see. Xerix, invite to party. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, cool. We're still good. This is honestly hilarious. Hopefully you didn't have to go through Earth's Font or the Minstrel Ballad's Ultimate Bane. You needed to do Ultima. Sorry. We ain't stopping this train. God, this would be a fun thing to do once a week on the Mondays or the Tuesdays, is we're just being like, right, we're gonna do Wondrous Tales, and we're just gonna, like, farm through this shit and see how quickly we can do this. Alright, let's see how quickly we can go through this one. Let's see.
5 seconds!
Ooh!
I think I'm able
This
to
is
do
something
this in-
else! Holy crap!
That is amazing.
We obliterated that bitch.
That is... Okay, maybe we can go back to Ultimate's Ballad.
It will literally take less than 5 seconds.
Yep. I need Ifrit too, for fuck's sake. We haven't
You're
yet
such a
hit
lemon.
Ifrit.
No. We haven't hit Ifrit yet in the face.
Yeah. So we're going down the list.
This one might be phased. I don't actually know.
It will be phased.
Yeah, it's a bit of a pain in the ass, this one.
I just missed my crit.
Jesus.
Cabeza crumple.
Alright, here we go.
Oh no! We are dying. I think
I'll
we
suck you in the butthole.
If at one point we get a whistle.
I've already got all the summon whistles for these lot.
I've got all the whistles
believe-
for this one as well. It just would be funny. 'Cause normally that's a... Or Xerix.
Oh, Zarixu!
Alright, let's see if we can go through this quicker. Kiaru! Do you know
Wow.
there's a setting you can enable where if you've already seen the cutscene, it just skips it?
I know.
Do you want to enable it?
No.
Are you telling poor Kiaru what to do?
You don't pay my sub.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, we got a card. Wait, do I
But
have
there's
the Ultimate
actually
Whip?
a
Oh, I already have the
reason
Ultimate
I
Whip.
don't.
Okay. Alright, clear the selections. We did. Now the Bowels of Ember.
Bowels of Ember?
The
Yeah,
Bowl of Ember. Sorry.
Bowl of Embers.
I thought it was
Don't worry,
Bowels.
I was.
Ew.
It makes more sense as the Bowels of Ember rather than the Bowl of Ember.
Grant, I was calling it Bowels of Ember for a little while too, so, mate, you we're on the same.
And skip all the phases.
Wow, 4 whole seconds.
Oh,
There's the
hey,
whistle.
look, the whistle. Hopefully someone gets
By the way, Code, do you also have the nightmare whistle?
The nightmare is the black unicorn.
I believe so. Let me check my. Let me check my mounting list. Yes, I have nightmare.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Because
now
I was literally trying to think there for a second. I'm like, which one was nightmare?
This one will be an interesting one because I know they get like a little bit of like resistance because of all the different classes. I wonder if we can.
So the best way to go through this one is just to deal as much damage as you can to all the other Mogs around Moggle Mog.
Before they
Because
spread
then
out.
he's forced to. Well, no, because he's forced to heal them, which takes from his own health pool.
Oh, interesting.
It took us a little while in a group to realize that for a second. Thing killed himself.
Hey, look at that! They didn't get.
In the
they didn't
game.
have this achievement before. Good for them.
the kingly.
I rolled a 2. God damn it.
I rolled a. Oh no.
I don't even remember what kingly whiskers are used for.
It's for the weapons.
Oh.
So
I rolled a 4 on need and got it.
So yeah, depending on like the thing, you can also make a regal letterbox if you want.
So regal.
Alrighty. This is the. I remember this is the one that I struggled with solo because I can never kill it quickly enough between the between the invulnerabilities. So.
How do you struggle though?
It's because I have to like actually care about the mechanics and shit. Make sure I don't get slowed. Make sure I don't get frenzied, and make sure I don't fall off the the ship under any of those circumstances.
I mean, you can easily not fall off the ship by just using arm's length.
Yeah, but arm's length has a long cooldown. And it only
Yeah,
takes
you
me
only
3 minutes to
need
go through
one.
this thing, as you see. So now we're having a fun moment.
That was a bit too early.
It doesn't matter.
We're going to die!
No, we're good.
Diet.
Yeah.
So 3, 2, 1, now.
Oh. Sash! What did
Sash
you do?
end up in the drain.
Oh, but look at that, they're
Yes, I
invulnerable.
revive everyone.
That's both our healers dead. Oh no, I got hysteria.
I'm going to run off! Wait. Oh my god, I didn't run off. You
I didn't.
Last-
Oh,
Bye.
no, I.
run back into the hysteria.
See? See what you have to, like, not have happen? Oh my.
Well,
Could we all die? Could we all die right now?
As I say,
Well, someone put
Look at Sash go.
the blue circles right in the center of the arena.
yeah, I don't know because I was caught on the edge of it. So I was just stood there reviving, and I was just like,
Hey, I tried to revive Sash.
Respectful.
Yeah.
I have killed it before the phase transition though. You basically need to queue up all of the summoner nukes in one, and then you can if you get a crit. Oh no! Code is heavy. Code, why are you heavy?
You can't just ask that.
Hey, I'm heavy for a reason, okay? No, ravioli. I mean, come on, spaghetti. That's simple to me.
Yep, sure. Yep. Why not? I'm glaring at you, Zarex.
Oh, this way, this way, this way, this way.
Ah! Yeah, man.
There we go.
I will slowly revive you all.
I'll take it, read that, and read that, because I don't have any of the white mage nonsense. But it is honestly funny that on the first one, we nearly wipe. Or actually, we did wipe because of hysteria and just getting thrown overboard. Sorry?
I'm just saying to Zarex I can help them get that spell if they want.
Nice.
Alright, time to strike this tree.
Yes, and it is entirely possible to nuke it again.
This
Well,
was one of
because
the first ones I did
basic-
solo and succeeded. I'm pretty proud of this by being able to do this one solo.
Well, we killed an old man.
There you
And nothing of value was
We
lost.
killed
Fuck
a
that thing.
kinder Zeus, is what happened.
Was he, though?
Alright.
No.
Sash
We
must
just
be
need to do
annoyed that
that
I'm able to
with-
succeed on a roll of 51 on some of these things. Alright, and then lastly, the Ak Theater is a lot nicer and less than him.
The Akafar Amphitheater.
Yep. Oh, sorry. I forgot to say yes. Hi there, little Incineroar. We're just really quickly running through the Wondrous Tales. And
Which are all different for
they're
everyone.
all different, but it's so funny that we're going... Because all of us are beyond, like, level 60, as you see here. So, like, many of us can do each of these solo, and it would just, like, take a minute. Oh, damn! We didn't even have to go through her phases.
What's a phase?
Amazing.
You know, that thing you went through when you were goth back as a kid?
Were.
I never was goth.
Everyone had a goth phase.
Everyone had a
I
goth
actually
phase.
did, which is really weird.
I had an
Okay,
emo
so I
phase.
need-
Is that the same thing?
Eh.
I also didn't have an emo face.
Oh my god.
Okay, so I need to do Thok Ast Thok.
Okay, so I've got Containment Bay Z1T9. So yeah, I think this time we actually have to be like picky and choosy.
Yeah, because I don't have Containment Bay Z1 teen. Actually, do I? No, I don't think I
I
do.
know you don't have
How
some
are
of
you
mine.
not? Need a
Because I
Some of
haven't done
mine
it yet.
definitely don't have. Like, I'm 100% certain neither of you have the Cloud Deck Extreme or Castrum Marinum Extreme.
No.
No, probably not.
Yeah,
As I
I thought-
said, at this point, we could go through Cypress Tower as an alliance.
Which one is
Uh,
the Labyrinth of the
I mean-
Ancients?
Yeah, and I've got Cypress Tower.
Implying that those things pop around here.
True.
I don't.
I mean, it's enough that we. Well, actually, that would take a
I
little
have
bit of
2
fiddly work to set up
Pendulum
different.
Rings.
I
What about-
don't.
And I've got
Well,
Cuff of the Sun and Heart of the Creator.
Oh wait,
Rest
I've
of
got
this.
Abyssos 7th or 8th. which is Pandemonium.
So, yeah. Okay, so you've got
no,
a
but
what was it? A Cuff of the Sun?
Yeah, the Cuff of the Sun.
You want to mention that in the chat, just so then that way there's a little bit of dialogue. Because don't
Oh,
forget,
yeah.
there's
No.
like
No dialogue.
Oh yeah.
no, because you
But
know,
not allowed.
Row Dogs is probably not watching this right now. They probably had like a quick look and they were just like, oh, he's more than just a furry in Final Fantasy. Cookie for Jason. Here's your cookie, Jason.
You mean you aren't just a furry in Final Fantasy?
Alexander Gordius. What is Gordius? Never heard of that before. Hi there, Sage. Welcome to the stream.
How do you not know what Gordius is?
I need to do Puppet Bunker, Void Arc, 9th or 10th Circles, Crown Extreme, Sigma Scape. I don't have either of the. I don't have those.
Big ugly ones again.
Because Gordius is clearly not even a thing.
Yeah. So, is Gordius this like soul of the creator? Is that what it is?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All I
So
know
you
is
said-
I'm really doing
All
all
right.
of
So I'm
serious.
yep. Fist of the Sun. You said Cuff of the Sun, which is the second one. Arm of the Sun. So,
See, yeah.
all right. Let's go for.
Heart of the Creator's one that I've got to do.
Yep. Velk, do you have any, or are you not going through your Wondrous Tales?
Mine are all level 90, so you guys do yours.
Thank
If we're
you.
going in unsynced, I might as well take Dancer in with me.
Yep. There's enough of us where I feel like we can go through the Alexander like relatively quickly. Oh, I only have Fist of the Sun at the moment. Wait. So. Is this where the party breaks up now? Is like, because we can't, like, none of us have, like, you know, similarities across the top here?
No. New phone, who did?
Fighting Burden of the Father for the spell.
Oh.
Oh my
The
God.
Sashera is in the chat.
Huh? Hi, Sash.
Hello.
How was dinner?
Delicious.
Amazing.
Was it the Aldi enchiladas or was it homemade enchiladas?
We've been getting our stuff from Aldi lately because it's like easier.
Yeah, same here. And I've been preferring the Aldi brand enchiladas. They have more filling and more cheese on top than the Coles brand ones.
Mm-hmm. Plus, Dan just does really good cooking.
Damn, wish I had.
Oh no, Lily, you are not getting this. No.
Who wants it? Who's wanting it?
Puppet, Void, 10 circles. What's Crown Extreme?
That is level 91, I believe.
How? Ugh. I don't
Was it
understand
Crown of-
Xerx's
Is
composition.
it Crown of the Immaculate?
Or it could be Crown of the Immaculate, yeah. It could be... It's either Storm's Crown or Crown of the Immaculate.
Yeah.
Mm.
So.
It's based on
Sorry.
the level, is the thing.
Yeah, Crown of the Immaculate.
So I don't have any of the Omega Scapes, and
I mean, you could unlock Crown of the Immaculate, but
this was just to be like a silly rush through as much of the thingamadiggies as possible. It seems like, because yeah, we went through like this row like really fast. Do we just want to go? Because I need to do a level 50 dungeon. Do you need to do a level 50 dungeon code?
Yep.
Do you need to do a level 50
Nope.
dungeon, Sash?
not 1 to 49.
So you did a.
I
level
also
50
need to do a
already.
1 to 49.
Okay, we'll do a 1 to 49. Let's just do a. Oh, too many people. God damn it. All right. Fuck it. Executive decision. Let's see if we can do fist. What? Wrong thing. Ding dong. Fist of the Sun. Let's see. 50, 70, 81 to 89, and then 90. Yeah, I don't have the 81 to 89, so that's definitely a Xerix being level 90 now.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's just get the sun out of the way. Then we'll throw in a crown while we're at it.
No, Paris, I'm not sharing. No. 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 I gotta play video game. I gotta play video game. No.
Is someone trying to eat all the food?
Sounds like a cat or something, or a dog.
Grant,
Yeah?
we've had this discussion. I don't own cats.
I keep forgetting, okay? Different people have different foods. Yeah. Sorry we didn't get to go through any of the MSQ stuff, but you know, we have more Final Fantasy 14 on Saturday to go through, so that can be.
Oh, it's having birthday stuff on Saturday. Think.
Yeah, and I might do some Final Fantasy on that day too.
Ooh. Plus, I don't know if depends on how much I'm able to pull myself away from V-Rising, because it may not be a possibility.
What are you playing?
V-Rising.
Oh, that's right. You were mentioning that to me the other day.
Oh yeah, these are all the tarnished nonsense. All right, well, someone gets to have that in their inventory.
No, I didn't want it. I was stuck as a gorilla.
You gotta press U and then leave for the cheats way of getting rid of it.
I was trapped in the body of a gorilla.
I believe that's called getting harambe.
Thank you for doing the shout out to Sashera. I see you were going through Baldur's Gate 3. How is your... Oh, one of your party members does not meet the requirement for this duty. Ah.
What duty was that one?
Cup of the Sun.
Isn't here.
Yeah, that's because he's gonna have to go
Just
collect the quest and then.
He just unlocked it.
Nice.
Oh, okay.
Alright, let's try this again. This is probably the worst way on how to actually, you know, get someone through these raids, but it's funny.
Hey, check this out.
I mean, if it worked, it worked.
Erect.
What was that she threw?
Looked like cocaine.
Oh, this was... No, they're thumbtacks.
Ah.
That's even
The
worse.
ability is called Thumbtack Scatter. She's a receptionist.
Ah, okay.
I didn't realize who skied clipped it.
Normally people never kill these. It's really...
They just run through these? Didn't know that was an option.
It takes like 2 seconds. You throw an AE down.
Oh,
What's more is the AoE, you know, fills up my what's-a-mahoozy meter.
True.
Oh wait, hang on. We gotta watch the cutscene.
Oh well.
Oh,
They skipped it anyway. It's fine.
Ah, goddammit.
I just realized what Gerben is doing.
I wonder if this might... Oh.
Geez, Code, and I thought you were wearing slut mode.
Huh? What? What?
Look at what Gerben's wearing.
I mean,
Balls,
yeah.
Underpants.
Actually, at some point, I need to get the 2B gear as well. At some point.
Why?
I do need
You
to
know
go
what?
through
Finish
that raid
Shadowbringers.
as well.
Well, because there's an outfit that I was looking at on the glamour plates. It looks really good for the dancer, and I was like, I kind of want the gear for that. But the only other thing is that the top requires crystal trophies.
That
not that
doesn't
hard.
take long. I can teach you how to do that. To do BBB.
That's the crystalline conflict, right?
Yeah.
Is it?
It's
I
either
thought that was
crystalline
just
not
conflict
hard.
or frontline.
It ranked. You got to do them ranked though, don't you?
Nope, just casual.
Really?
Although
I
you
was
probably
doing...
get faster queues in rank, to be honest.
Hang on then.
No, you don't get ranked queues here.
Really? I know it was one or the other.
It's
Currency.
casual only.
Yeah, I haven't got any trophy crystals. I've mostly been getting wolf marks.
Okay, so in PvP profile, when you bring that up,
Yar.
take a look at series milestones.
Yar. Oh.
Have you got anything to unlock there?
I have like a whole butt ton of them that I didn't even realize.
Oh.
There
you go.
Nice.
So I just unlocked ballroom etiquette and like let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lots of 1,000 trophy crystals.
And there you go.
It's all Grant's fault. He didn't tell me about this.
I didn't pay attention to PvP.
Pay more attention.
I have a suspicion.
Aren't you the Final Fantasy veteran, technically, between the two of us? You've been at this longer than I have.
That doesn't mean I pay attention!
You guys are cute.
You're asking a dummy to be smart.
I'm not asking a dummy to be smart. I'm just asking, you know, someone who's, you know, been in this series longer than I have to not fault me for when I am not aware of something they should have been aware of.
Look, a lot of my Final Fantasy is all based around the single-player games, not the multiplayer games.
Okay.
Cut me some slack. Or at least some pizza. Could really use some pizza.
Why are there spikes here? Why do they do that?
Don't worry about it.
Because owie.
Just enjoy the scenery.
Enjoy the free ear piercings.
Just
You
don't
mean ankle
question why they're
piercings?
through the boots.
I need to get my ear pierced soon. I've been meaning to get it done, but I've yet to actually get it done.
Just gotta be respectful.
Yeah. You skip the cutscene anyway, it's fine. Going in.
I love this
I'm killing him.
fight. Just FYI.
Remember to watch out for the cat.
Uh-oh.
Look at me, Mom, dancing. I'm dancing.
Can you rescue them so then that way they don't get
No,
hit by the claw?
no.
Aw. I thought the rescue
And
would
also-
actually tug them.
And also,
Goodbye,
if you did that, you also wipe the party anyway.
Ah, okay.
There is one that, yeah, don't do that.
Noted.
I mean, there's a mechanic in one of the recent raids that will remain unnamed, but it's a black hole.
Ah, yeah.
And we thought maybe you could rescue out of that. No.
Nope.
No.
God fucking damn it.
You ended up. Haha, you ended up with it this time.
Yeah, you are forced to go to Brazil.
I'm glad that that is now like just something to do. Is just piss someone off with their inventory being filled with all these like tarnished things. Foul
Who's opening the chest
tarnished.
anyway?
It's
You
a
don't have
mix.
any proof.
You have no proof.
You have no proof that it was me that opened them.
Mm-hmm. It's not like there's a VOD or anything.
Alright. I just need to wait for Xerx to get Burden of the Sun.
So I think I'm kind of stuffed on Alexander because if I'm right, Gordius is the savage version.
Oh, that's easy. We can easily do that. That is no problem.
I have never done them.
Oh yeah, we can easily do it. Like we can do the last one right now. We can get people mounts.
Mount?
Out?
Yes.
Mount?
Mount. Mount.
Mount?
Mount.
Mouse.
Who's
What
going
is
to New
Gordius?
Gridania?
Oh, I am. I'm just going to the inn to put some stuff in some stuff.
Too bad.
What the fuck is Gordius? What?
Gordians on these nuts.
Oh, look at this. Look at this thing.
It's on slaughter.
Oh, have you done this one, Grant and Code?
I
Yes.
vaguely.
You have? Okay.
You saw me having gone gone up to Savage.
I
Apparently
went
Gordius
through
is
this
the
on an
entry?
unsynced party, so
I was synced up until... No, I was synced all the way through. I just haven't done any of the Savage stuff. It's just, once again, this is Heaven's Ward stuff, so I will forget.
Wait. Didn't we do a Wing of the Father?
What?
Like one of the wings we did was some sort of the Father, right?
No, we've just been going through the suns so far.
Okay. Apparently Gordius is the first wing, which is the Father wing.
Gaddy?
Yes, Code. Well
Gaddy. I'm not a simpleton. What are you talking about?
Also, I'm surprised that you haven't quoted Grant saying what he said earlier.
What did he say earlier?
Let me...
The quote system is available to moderators and subscribers. They can use it themselves. Quote me.
Yeah, but I'm not either of those things.
Oh, shame.
It's
my God,
Brutus!
This music is a bop.
Yeah, it's good. There's
This
also
is
an
the
updated version
OG,
of
so
the
it's like low.
Oh, did you look at that? Sins of the Sun completed. Completed Alexander Midas 5 times.
Why did I get Sins of the Sun?
You don't. Ah, god damn it, you guys. And I didn't get any of it. Read 'em and weep. My inventory is still messy, but not because of the... Not because of cranks and springs and spools. Alrighty.
Yeah, I need to remember to pull out all the gear that I got from the
Yeah, we just went
from
through...
from resubscribing.
We just went through the father, essentially. So
Hang on, hold up.
The Sun?
Sorry, the son. God damn it.
Yeah,
because I need to do
apparently Gordius
Heart
is
of the
first,
Creator.
which is the Father.
Pull the lever.
The Heart of the Creator is the second last one that I need to do.
Yeah. Well, Xerix technically is unlocking these as we go along, so... We'll have
Well,
to
I
go-
also need to do Thok Extreme.
That'll take 2 seconds.
Yeah.
I heard someone just make a high-pitched moan just then, out of nowhere.
What?
Nope.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Sorry, the time.
And the funny thing is, because of my full inventory, the person opening the chest, it didn't actually give me anything.
Oh, there you go. Also, silly question.
Silly answer.
How bad is my mic right now?
No,
Sorry?
it's sounding good.
Sounds fine?
It's fine. I'm not getting like any peaks and what have you. Let me just double check if I have you at 156% on my Discord. So, but that could just easily be chalked up to I probably did that because there was like a large number of other people who would normally be chatting, and you know you just have that kind of
be
a
so fine.
volume of a
Then
voice,
boom.
despite because Australians don't have as loud of a voice as like Americans, for instance.
Not until I'm playing Party Animals, anyway.
Yeah, but that's normally an emotional.
Don't-
That's not an emotional raising of voice. It's not like a an actual use of diaphragm kind of stuff.
Sash
No,
hit
I
me
mostly-
in the face last night.
What?
We were playing Party Animals, and one of the first levels we jump on, Sash fucking nails me in the face without even thinking.
I didn't do it on purpose.
No bullying, okay?
No bullying.
I'm trying to help
Sponsored by
Dazzy, and fucking
wild_saber
Sash is just like fucking clothesline.
1337.
Oh shit, I forgot I gotta do my Party Animals dailies. Fuck.
I have not focused on Party Animals.
The only reason I ask is because I put some filters on Wavelink this morning to try and make it so that the filters that I have through OBS just apply straight to the mic instead.
Yeah,
So that it
way-
doesn't matter what application I use.
Yeah, I understand. I did the same sort of thing. 2 things to keep an eye on though. In your video and audio settings for Discord, they also apply their own kind of stuff. So, for instance,
I should have that turned off.
Yeah, so for instance, my one, I used to have this switched on and I realized that it was cutting off my mic sooner and such, is if you have it where it, you know, interprets like your voice activity automatically rather than you defining like the cutoff point. If you do like long sustained noises, so for example when Code was like doing moans and stuff like that, because that was like the thous, for instance, I noticed that if I tried to do something similar, my microphone on the Discord would just cut off. And I think that was because, you know, it was interpreting, oh, this is a new, like, general sound level and such, and they just decide to make that the cutoff point. So that it almost worked the same sort of way as a, what's the filter I'm using?
Oh, good. We didn't have to do the fucking mechanics.
Yeah.
That was easy.
Wait for it.
Aha, I didn't get in. Independent Taylor. Who does dives around here?
So I don't know if the filters that I put on work, but I should have all of my Discord settings disabled for that reason.
Okay. Well,
so like there's no automatic sensitivity, and I have like the filter and stuff turned off.
Yeah. I only have 3 on for myself. I've got, oh, here it is, noise gate. So that's the first one, which is basically I set a certain decibel and the microphone only starts sending signal once it goes beyond that. So I've just got like I had like a sound meter app on my phone and I just like left, or I like just looked at Audacity. One of those 2 methods. I waited a little bit to see what the ambient noise was in my room, and then I just set the noise gate to be like, you know, a decibel or 2 above that.
Yeah.
Then I've got the compressor, or
also next instance.
Yep, the next instance is available. Breath unlocked. Cool. So yeah, the next one is a compressor. So basically, like once my voice gets over a certain threshold, noises above the range go down, noises below the range go up. So it's meant to, like, you know, kind of compress it into a band. And then the third one is EQ, which I've not done any sort of changes to, quite frankly. I'm not an audio technician. I don't know the right things I should be changing in my EQ to improve my voice. And it's unfortunately one of the least sciencey and more art aspects of sound technician.
Well, hang on, how did I hit the back? I mean, you say that, I look at the fucking soundboard shit and I go, this hurts my brain.
Yeah.
And I'm artistically minded, so I just, why?
A lot of the, excuse me, a lot of the filters and plugins for audio do not make sense to me. That's why the noise gate was like the easiest one for me, because it was quite simply, capture your ambient and set it to just above ambient. So then that way it's only effective when speaking.
Oh, right. This sort of thing.
Yeah, the steamroller, but I just insta-killed it. Which I didn't know I could.
For some reason, I'm being reminded of the demon wall.
Yep,
Oh,
that's
no.
correct.
And the less of being reminded of the demon wall, the better.
Alright, now we just need to wait for the heart.
Grant, your chat.
Oh. Long time no see. It's been Chase! Hi! Welcome! Sorry, thank you, Sashera.
Oh, wow. Chase. Haven't seen Chase in a little while.
Chase is amazing. They do... Hang on, let me just give you a quick shout out. They are an artist that is actually in chart. They're the ones responsible for Which emote? It is the... They're the one responsible for this Angie emote, which I absolutely love. Pretty sure this was you. I'm pretty sure the angry emote is you. You haven't, done the thingy-madiggy saying, yes, this is my emote. So... Be busy with posage, dying. Yep, it was me. Excellent. So yeah, there should be... I wonder if there's a section... Give me a moment. So if I go to... Yeah, emote attribution, it's saying, like, it's pending. So you need to check on your own side whether or not to accept it. Alright, they got heart. Let's go.
Yay! I can finally have this one done.
Just waiting in queue. Oh. Yeah, welcome home, Jack. Welcome back. So, stream is going fairly alright. We did a little bit of fate grinding for 2 of the minions that were in my, yokai. And we're right now just going through a whole slew of raids that would normally be found in, Wondrous Tales. And some of us have not actually gone through the Alexander raids. So we're kind of... It's a bit cheeky, I will be real with you, because they're skipping the cutscene, so they'll have to, like, review it on the book later on. But, yeah, they're getting the experience of Alexander.
Alexander!
And this is the fight that everyone wipes to in normal mode. Every single time.
Yep. Oh yeah. In normal mode, there would normally be at least 2 wipes. I had to go through the earlier one of the creator or something like that, the ARM or something. I had to go through that several times for a particular Zodiac grind. Because it was just the better method to go through that, but I was not a high enough level to go through it unsynced. So I was going through that thing synced.
You cannot carry any more Alagon thingamabob whoozits.
I love how we're just, like, leaving it for whoever is last.
I'm waiting to hear the screams.
Okay.
Alright, and then the last one is Soul of the Creator. And then I think once you're done with that, you can then unlock... Did I do... Yeah, no, I haven't done any of the Savages, so... Forward
Ooh,
and
those
back and
bitches
then
are
forward and then
expensive.
back and- Sash, you okay?
That's the lyrics in the song.
Oh, okay. Right now you're making Telegram stickers. It's a late con, but you're getting to it. So long as you're getting to it, Chase. So long I can understand art can, you know, even if you have it as like a business and, you know, there's this expectation of doing so much and like in a time with a price, sometimes time isn't in your favor.
You just do it to the best of your abilities.
Zarex just wrote for fuck's sake.
Okay. I wish I could tell my brain that so I could stop stressing about all the commissions that I've been sitting on for literal months now.
I think if you're having, like, I had this experience with an artist. They did a Your Character Here for Valentine's Day a number of years ago.
Damn it, Chloe.
They were really good quality work. It wasn't like, you know, a fast and loose kind of Your Character Here they were planning to do. They were planning to do like a pretty good quality sketch and color. 6 months later, they weren't done. They apologized. They were going to do like a full render. It wasn't done until like basically February or March of the next year. And I think at that point, they had to like actually just close off commissions and such like that. They were just in 100% backlog mode, and their only source of income was from their normal 9-to-5 if they had it.
Yeah, it does get to that point. A lot of mine is expecting things to turn out a certain way and not feeling confident enough to produce that quality of work, and so I just refuse to work on things.
Ah, damn it! I was gonna give a blurb to Row Dogs about. You can find me on Twitter at, find me on Twitch at twitch.tv/GrantZeebs. But yeah. Also, wait, did we just go through the Soul of the Creator for Xerix?
Yeah, he seems to think it didn't count.
Huh.
Oh, I did complete it? Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say, it would be kind of terrible if they didn't.
Neat.
Alright, and that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No.
I have a
clue.
P&D tuber that actually I probably need to reach out to this person again because the last DM that I did was saying, okay, this is probably the final step of the line art because I changed it like 5 times.
Oh, wait, no, that wouldn't be 3 lines. Never mind. I can't count.
Yeah, I've got maybe 2 lines if I can get the 2 on the right. So I need
2 stickers.
So I need the 4th from the 2nd row and the 4th from the 4th row.
Bottom left, bottom right, and top right would get me 2 lines, unless I do a roll. But I'll need like a calculator to tell me if that's a viable option. Because I'm gonna be real, I want that 3 line. I want to get 3 lines. Hi there, Sir Dragon. Oh, Xerix says they can now do soul. Okay, but you left the party. Wait, did you leave the party?
No,
that was the other person.
Oh, they're online still? Wait, hang on. Where's it? It said Xerix has gone offline. Okay, Xerix has returned to the party. Cool, awesome. Soul of the Creator.
Yeah, I have 2 stickers.
We might need a bit of mitt here. I don't know how that's going to go.
Alright.
We'll find out, I guess.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll be fine. We're like, we're 1 tank and a DPS short. It's gonna be fine.
It's not that, it's the fact that we don't have LB3.
Oh, it doesn't give us... Oh, okay.
Oh, that doesn't... Okay. That was an insta-kill here, that's fine. Yeah, for this bit.
Okay, so... I've got
Hi, Alex.
Gang. How long do I need to keep that up? Or when should I put that up?
You should be LBing when it says 5 seconds left. And then the rest is in Shashero's hands. So LB now.
Yep. That's LB.
Gucci.
Fine.
I also put up shields just to be on the safe side.
Yep. I appreciate that. It's a shame we can't accommodate the healers after this.
Or the very talented dancer.
Alexander Prime, 100 Elysian Stones, because someone hasn't completed this yet.
And a toy Alexander.
I already got the toy Alexander. I was hoping for a mount.
That's only in the Savage, but we can easily do that.
So I need to do Thok as Thok. If someone wants to do that, please.
Yeah, alright, let's...
Yep.
Let's now do the... Oop, what?
Can we just quickly do one wing of the father, like one run of the father wing?
Oh, so it doesn't matter which wing of the father, we could literally just...
It doesn't matter, it just has to be one of them.
Alright, let's
Did
go...
you see it?
Burden of the Father.
Did you
What
see
did I
it?
miss, Xerix?
Did you see it?
That was Rao? What?
No, that was Rao that left. Dance with me, Belle. Dance with me.
The dance
Cock
macabre.
pass cock.
And Belle, this is a slow dance.
Oh, did they say hi in the chat and I missed them or something? Wait, no, I did. Did they? No, I didn't. Doesn't mention a follow or anything like that either.
Oh, there goes Xerix.
Derek's got stuffed away.
You got Pokemon.
No, you got DC'd.
Hey.
Well, you know what that means.
The scenes.
Everything
never
goes to
die.
Xerix.
Xerix's inventory is full, isn't it?
It is now.
Anyway,
That's you done now.
that's that. Well, that's that one done.
Alright, then.
So whatever you guys want to move on to then.
Thok asked Thok. Does it have to be hard
asked-
or extreme?
Extreme.
Alright, so it's got to be Thok as Thok extreme. And
Ooh,
then
there's a chance for a
afterwards, we'll see if we can do Z1T9.
I don't have the 1T9, so that would be me out on that one.
Aragris with the 13-month tier 1 sub. I
Xerix was in the middle
completely
of
forgot
changing
to play
areas.
this game for 40 years.
And
Are
Alvirus
there
is-
still moguls?
There's still
subscribe.
Morgles in this game.
Morgles? You mean Moogles?
Moguls?
Moogles. You heard. Moogles.
Moguls. Understood.
Woggle?
Shut up.
Woggle?
Good king, Muggle, Muggle, good king. Didn't go run away.
Hey, Grant, did you want to toggle that option?
Toggle what option? I'm lost.
You know, for the Muggle.
You toggle the Muggle.
Yeah.
I was talking about.
Don't bully me, please. It's,
Maybe you can give that Muggle a woggle.
What does that mean?
I don't want to know.
This is.
It's a thing you use to hold your scarf together.
Is it?
Did none of you do scouts?
No.
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 Well, that
I wasn't
explains
allowed
everything.
to because it was gateway to the military or some bullshit.
Huh?
Who's
Listen, I have weird parents,
Woggle
okay?
is a
Don't worry
plastic
about
ring that holds your neck. Oh, okay. So it's for the ascot.
Ascot or the scarves that we used to wear for scouts.
It's an ascot. It's not a scarf.
Well, look, you can ask Scott as much as you want. He's not going to reply at the moment.
Code.
Yes,
What you doing?
I am doing this mission.
Oh, Sarix, no!
Is Xerix gone again?
You Pokeball again.
Wow, Xerix's internet is really having a hard time.
I'm sorry, Xerix.
As long as he doesn't need it. Although I suppose he's still here technically.
Yeah.
No bird.
Oh, I actually hadn't done this on Extreme.
Well, there you go.
Nice work.
Explains why you're watching the cutscene.
Yeah, I just thought that I'd forgotten to turn the thing on.
I actually want.
But it's been working for ages now.
Yeah, that's because I'm dumb.
You're not dumb.
I want
You're
those,
just a silly.
but I am also dumb.
No.
The dead hive weapons actually look really nice.
Does anyone have what they all look like for the other classes? Because I wouldn't mind just seeing what ones look like what.
Are
You'd
you
have
after the
to-
black mage one?
I'm currently a dancer at the moment, so
Doesn't
I'm not
have
sure
one
if
for
that-
dancer.
Yeah, it doesn't have one for dancer. What about for Reaper or Rapier?
Rapier?
Probably doesn't exist.
Yay.
Well, it should do, shouldn't
It
it?
does.
It's the same
It does.
expansion.
Hang on,
No,
there should
it-
be a thing for.
Rapier was the next expansion.
Oh, they don't back. Yeah, they don't backpedal. So
What? Let me look. Hive.
I put it in chat.
Oh, you did? Oh.
Same reason there's no Titania weapons for Reaper or Mage.
Wait,
That's
which
a
one?
shame.
Which chat did you put it into?
Pod chat.
Bloop. I do not see it.
There's a lot of
In party chat.
Yeah, I do not see it in party chat. There it is.
Ah,
That was weird.
all right. Let's see if we can do the Z1T9.
Nope, because I don't have it.
Oh my god. It's just,
I already
it's-
told you I don't have it.
We didn't our time in the Stormblood stuff where it was like, oh, you got to do the Suyu Minstrel Ballad, and then we were just there for 20 minutes, like trying to figure out who didn't have it.
The movements.
Like I can see it right fucking there. This one right here. There was a whole slew
Now
of
that
us in
is what we call
VC
a
ready
skill
to do
issue.
this, and not only did we have to wait like 3 or 4 times because we couldn't see who didn't have this, but when we finally went into it synced.
Look,
I still maintain it was not my fault.
I haven't had a chance to get it yet.
How about Thornton's Reign?
Thornton?
Minstrel Ballad Thornton.
All right, give me a second. That's always a fast one. There we go.
Is it?
And
Why are you questioning? Is it a fast one, Velg? Aren't
Go
you
suck
like
a
a
lemon.
mentor?
Yeah, but I'm used to soloing that shit.
I mean, it's not going to be fast solo.
No, it was not. And having to do the Horsefont mechanic on your own is a little bit of a problem.
That took me a minute. Sorry, I
Ah, damn it, missed.
blanked on Horsefont mechanic. I was like, what? Isn't that the ultimate?
No, that's the one where he throws the spear and Horsefont takes it on his own, and that's why he dies, because it's a party stack. He didn't stack with the party.
Right.
Horsefont.
Oh, whoops.
Uh-oh, stinky.
Well, now we all have paralysis. Yay.
Well, isn't one of us a magical healing lady who can remove it for some of us?
It would take more than 20 seconds for me to go around and estimate everyone.
It wouldn't.
Yeah. It's all Grantus's fault.
Hi, Furry Cures.
Oh,
Whoopsie.
damn it, missed the safe spot.
I just took all the vulnerability stacks then. I was not paying attention.
Nope, neither was I. What is attention and how does one pay to it?
Yep. No problem for you, Sash, right?
Yeah. Where's the boss?
Oh, hello. We gotta get rid of the...
I preferred it when Knights of the Round worked alongside us. Ow! He jumped on me!
We'll break his legs.
I'll break his dick!
If it wasn't for
No, let
the
me
fact
still
we
start.
got a trailer where Endwalker showed us on the moon, I feel like this, like, stage would have been seen as a lot crazier than it did.
You say that, but this came out long before Endwalker did.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I didn't get to this part until there was already trailers for Endwalker. I was a little behind the curve. It took me 3 years to get to where I am right now.
Yeah.
Oh,
Do we get mount? No mount.
And coffers.
There should be a dancer weapon for this specific.
Yeah, for the heavens.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. I think I might have it.
I really I hate that Chloe is like, hey, this is looking promising for 3
Oh, no, I
lines,
didn't
and
have
then
it.
just literally will fuck you at the last second.
Alrighty then. I need to hop off at some point. I can't keep sticking. It's like almost 10 p.m. for me. I need to
I need to quickly go to the bathroom, and then I might do 1 round of Crystalline Conflict, and then grab some equipment, and then log off.
I need to get my stretches done before I go to bed and such, so then that way I'm not annoying my physiotherapist next week. And Velk and the rest of the party probably has some other things they need to do.
No.
Really?
But I'm free, but
You could have pretended to be busy. You could have been helping code.
I can help code. That's no problem.
Yeah, you can help code. Alright.
Yeah!
I am going to return to Limsa, the best starting city.
Uh-huh.
It is. It just honestly is. It's Proto-America. Look at this place. Look at the environment. Castle. So yeah. But no, thank you so much, Velk, Code, Kiaru, Sash, for joining in and helping me out with not only the Fates, but also a little bit of the Wondrous Tales. I really appreciate it.
Hey.
No whoppers.
So yeah, bit of it. Wait, when does this thing? Oh, 6 p.m. Oh, I got an hour once I get back home from work. I can easily go through those final 3s after work or something, or rather. It's easy. Easy peasy.
I might do some Final Fantasy tomorrow, seeing as how I'm home tomorrow at a good time.
Yep. Sounds good.
Actually, by then, the new Wondrous Tales journal should be out and ready to go.
Yep. Wait, is
Then
there
we can
server
do it.
maintenance tomorrow or the next day?
Oh, yeah, no, I think it's tomorrow. Shit, no, I won't be doing Final Fantasy tomorrow.
Damn. Okay. Well, that's the book ruined. That's fine. That's not. I can take it or leave it. It was a nice. It was.
Well,
it
no,
was fun.
you should still have a few more days afterwards in order to do the new book, shouldn't you?
Well, I've logged off already. I wasn't double checking the date or anything like that. So.
Yeah, let me have a look. Deadline the 14th of May.
Oh, okay. So that's next week. So long as I picked up the same book is the thing, or same time as the other book. So
just don't pick up a new book. Finish the one you got first.
Yep, exactly. Alrighty then. To the chat screen as we are now done. So yeah.
BRB. I just gotta
Sorry,
go to the
my internet
bathroom.
decided to take a nosedive in the end and my mobile hotspot. Not to worry, Xerix. Internet problems are as they are. They can happen. Let's see. Fredgear says they're icy. Sage says, either way, glad I could get to be in your stream today. I hope your stretching goes well and that you have an amazing rest. Always fun when I can join in. Good night and bye for now. Bye, Sage. Thank you so much. All right. So actually, a few things. Number one, I figured out what next month's party game stream is going to be, because it's going to be Saturday the 1st. It's going to be the golf game. It's going to be golf with friends. I need to remember to make a tweet about that, and all of you viewers are invited. Everyone in the Discord, you're invited. I'll send reminders out. Oh yeah, wait, actually, there's a break going off, so... This is a terrible time to mention all that. I'll mention it another time then. So... Damn. Alright, I need to have a look and see who is online and who we're gonna go and raid into. So, I have not yet ended a stream on just a harsh note of ended. I always try and raid into someone somewhere. Let's have a look. Who is online? Twitch.tv/. Let's see.
Saki's doing Sly Raccoon. Inverted Bolt is doing Devil May Cry. Muta's doing that. Gridlam's doing Manor Lords. I've not played Outer Wilds, so we're not going to go into them. Ooh, we got another... Valkyrie Nixia is still streaming in this hour. This will be a nice surprise. Alright, we're going to go raid into Valkyrie Nixia. They are they're an amazing VTuber. They've been going at this for a little bit for now, and they've done some other like 3D stuff, but we won't talk about that much further. Mondays.
They're also really funny.
Yes, that too. So, because they've been sticking around in Dazurus's chat and what have you at times and joining in on games. Because I know they've joined in on Helldivers. Have they joined in on Party Animals as well?
Not that I'm aware of.
Mm-hmm.
Could be wrong.
Yeah. All right. Hang on. Need to do a... There we go. That's one you can copy Furry Cures. But yeah. So yeah, I will be back online Wednesday night. Wednesday night I'm going to be going through... Wednesday night I'm going to go through Yakuza's 3. I'll make a thing about that. Yep, nope, Xerix, I talked about that at the start of the day. Start of the stream, sorry. But yeah, we'll be going into Yakuza 3 on the Wednesday night. Thursday night, Code and I will be going through more Baldur's Gate 3. We're getting further and further into Act 3.
Suck a lemon.
And otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. Be sure to check out my Twitter, Throne, or Discord if you have the time. Kiryu, Code, Sash, Velk, thank you once again for joining in on the stream. I hope you all have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. And otherwise, I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.